think this has been a success regardless. And they're going to get shot out by Biel as he's been able to survive through the majority of this game. So that's a nice little start. Getting destroyed. Gets himself Himas. Can he get himself all three? He said the start. Yes, he gets it. What a recovery.
On fire. I wonder what the comms are like right now. Mime's a very vocal guy. I love that. Grafking coming into. Oh, look at that.
They're trying to go for the res regardless. Great throw on that one. As of course, with 2 players down, they have to make a play happen here. Vox, the spearhead now, trying to rev on down a snake as continue.
To an extent, they're split, and then you have all of that.
Time to send it, see what you can get, and look at this. Everybody's taking shots.
Yeah, that shift was pretty rough for Falcons there. But
P90 might just be too much to deal with in the end, and Luke 12 finds another one. Baron will go down and kiss the last one alive. He's been spotted through the smokes. Luke 12
Better. RBN, who we just heard from a second ago, finds Purdy Curdy and gets the knock on to him.
Yeah, they've been completely silent.
Be consolidated with likes of Falcons, Gen G, and Fury have to go, but Falcons already stretching their way out. SDG get caught not just once, but twice.
where these guys are, they're going to have to leave that spot eventually. And another knock coming in, big nade, and now Penta is just going to crash in, and that is pretty much academic. Duel will take a...
He gets himself one. LFP stands in the open, but he's shut down by Hot and Spicy. It's a 3 versus 1 now. Make it 3v none.
For a team like New Gen All-Stars that are sitting up at the top.
Yeah, oh, that's a great shot from Gladiator. Now he's got Nzeto to deal with. There's a peak battle. Do not get the headshot multiplier. So this fight really works in favor of X10. Big nade launched on the edge, and it does a ton of splash damage to 2. That's a focus on to X10. X10 lose 2 in the blink of an eye. Mars is going huge on the opposite side for his team. Mars steps through and he gets another one. Is he going to get all 4?
Safe until suddenly it's not. Here comes the speaking of it's safe until it's not. Oh my God! Base have injected and a little bit of this hillside cliff that drops down over into the, I guess, the center and the west of what we're watching. K-Mine though.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
The edge, but it looks like No Way and Team Liquid are going to be doing a lot of damage to each other here.
Kick now working out. Oh my God, that nade barrage has done so, my word. This is an air raid as it's just nade after nade after nade. Alo and Cowboy combine. Lopez, the last player up. There's an explosion of a Dacia. The BZ, the flames, that BZ. Is it going to spread? Those damn things bounce so far, but I think they'll catch them in the midst. Is there a gap? There's a gap. Oh, there's somehow a gap.
Oh my God, the tiniest of gaps. Lopez trying to find somewhere, but no, Tiggleton will take him down. All-Stars and Toyo inside the compound. Rock trying to come up on that western
nades, good
line.
nades.
Rent Free is taking shots at them as Posa going to get a couple of knocks here. Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy staying alive right now, but the utility is raining down from Furia. It's
that bounce.
There it is. The bounce will get Luke as well. And now Purdy Curdy, the last one up for Team Liquid. So Kickstart and Shrimsy now the last one alive. Shrimsy's taking AFI on by himself. He's going to find two. He's going to find all of them. Shrimsy gets 3.
Irvin, I know Sparky wants the kills, but here we go. Athletes of Christ making the push to Furia.
Runs right in, but Posa gets the knock on a 1, follows it up. Wow, Athletes of Christ shut down. Furia wanted nothing to do with that. They were like, nah, thanks for the loot, bro. We got stuff to do.
Into the smokes. He's going to take the spray down on the Karak, though. Athletes of Christ up to 6 kills now as they continue to collect points across again and again. And another one goes down. 2 goes down. All of them go down. Athletes of Christ is farming.
Great play coming up from these guys. 9 kills, and it is just an absolutely heavenly performance.
Might not even matter. Fana will finish them off. Cowboy will get the credit for at least one of them. Team Liquid up to 3 kills, but it is down.
They call us bad players. They call us noobs. And they are covert in reason. But now we are tired. Tired of losing all the battles we fight. Then our final card will be hire one professional player to battle on our side.
Hey guys, I'm Gustav, the new player for Falcons. Today I'm playing with 3 new players who's never touched a PC in their life, probably the worst players to ever exist. And we're gonna try and win a game. And maybe next time they can carry me. I'm also gonna try and teach them a little bit about the game. And we can take it from there.
One of the best players in the world, along with the 3 worst players in the world. This only happens here in 3 noobs, 1 pro.
What a zone we have here, boys. Alright, so when you land on the ground, you need to press F to get into the car.
Alright.
I'm going to pick you all up, stack up on each other, stand on top of each other.
That afternoon, we were very happy. Gustav was a very kind person and gave some very important tips for us.
Alright guys, let's split out here and loot now. Take a corner each of the city. One of you go south, one of you go east. I'm going west.
Alright.
Loot up.
Where is south?
Alright. Alright.
To better follow the journey, we split into 4 cars.
Let's not go through the city. There could be some rats in the city. Let's go left of the city here. Follow me. You guys see that big rock on top of the hill? That's where we're stopping, boys. I think we're also stopping on the tree, though.
Yeah, that's me.
I'ma hit a tree.
When we reach the place, we started looking for enemies.
What's going on here?
I see nobody here.
We're just roleplaying now. I get it.
We had family found.
There's people here. I'm stopping on this ridge on me. You guys can stop on my ridge as well, onto my right on green.
The enemies were not that close, but it wasn't a problem for Gustav.
There's green, the grass on the left, running on green. Knock them.
He was very fast and was leading our team to the battle.
On the close wall. Guy that knocked you.
In my first battle, I had been knocked.
Oh my god!
And thanks to Gustav, I was saved.
Save you, Obama.
Warn me.
Gustav was leading the team as a real captain. Until then.
I'm knocked, guys.
Gustav had been knocked. And our main enemy was present at the game.
Oh,
our
isso?
own ability.
Biel,
I'm sorry.
what the doing, man?
I'm sorry. I saw someone. I thought that was an enemy.
The guy who had killed Gustav was about to kill our entire team. And only the guy who had killed his own teammate would fight him. In one shot.
Wait, you just killed him? What the did I just watch?
Not even
good job.
Gustav believed
Amazing.
what he saw.
That is unreal what you just did.
Actually, this is my second day playing PUBG, so don't worry.
Yeah, sure thing. I've been playing all week, I can tell.
And the first major kill in PUBG, we never forget. Biel was proud of himself. On the battleground, Gustav decided to change his clothes to camouflage himself. His skills was fantastic.
Nice.
But that was a pity. Because your teammates
Fire, guys! Back, Biel! Oh my goodness!
was literally a big failure. I tried to hide in the smoke, but it didn't work out. Death after death. Gustav couldn't save anyone. But even that, it was nice to see Gustav play. Your agility, your posture, everything that player could want. My biggest dream was to be like Gustav. He would take us to the victory. But alone, it's very difficult. And with 3 noobs, it's even harder. Applause for Gustav, who participated in the challenge. 3 noobs, 1 pro.
Lost one crucial team fight, which was all on me. My teammates were trying to hard carry me. They got multiple knocks on enemies. They were just being demonic, insane. I didn't expect that much from them, but they showed up and I didn't. So basically all on me. And that's it.
Welcome, my friends. It is time for the PUBG PAS Day 2 of our second group stages here in this 4-week event, PUBG Chaos in its finest form. My name's Toffees. I am joined by Porosaurus and Matcham as we break down the action. Yesterday was a fascinating day, Porosaurus. Some of the favorites seemed to fail.
They did. I think we brought it up at the end of the day. It was Team Falcons, Godlike, and Team Liquid. The teams that finished 1, 2, and 3 at PAS Grand Finals 1 finished 9, 10, and 11 this time around. So it's going to be a pretty stacked lobby here today where only the top 5 move on.
Matt, what'd you think about yesterday's games, brother?
Well, we did actually figure out that it's not just one game, because whenever we look at kind of what the situation was going on with those squads, Falcons got a victory with 10 kills, Godlike got a second place with 8 kills, and Liquid got a second place with 8 kills. But those are the only games that any of those teams entered the top 8. Outside that, it was just kind of a catastrophe for those teams. Have to see if maybe they can bounce back today in a little bit of an easier lobby, but at least now we know you got to have consistency with at least one decent game in order to qualify.
Got to have consistency, and you got to have more than one chicken dinner. So we've had more than one time where with only 5 games, Poro, teams who got a chicken dinner did not qualify for the advance. So that means that just because you have one good game, it's not necessarily enough to push you all the way through. I didn't expect that. When we set up this format with 5 games a day, I thought for sure chicken dinner, easy 8. But apparently that's not true.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like, okay, you know, best of 5. It feels like you have to at least have a chicken dinner, but that can't be it, right? You've got to do something else in the other 4 games. I think Falcons, if they got that win, only got 2 placement points in 4 other games. So, like, that's not going to do it, right? You got to still keep delivering on top of that one big game just to make sure that you get yourself in.
You absolutely do. Let's take a look at some of the numbers, some of the schedules, then we'll get back to talking about other chaos, including some terrain changes that really had a big effect yesterday. All right, so we're in playoffs 2. Basically, all you really need to know is that this is a crazy month of PUBG. We've got PEC going in the morning. We got PAS going in the evenings. 3 days a week of just absolute carnage. What's going to happen here in the playoffs is we are picking the top 16 teams who will show up at the finals. And there it changes a little bit. It's no longer 5 games to set your standards. You get 15 to sort of prove that you're the best of the best. Regional partner teams, they all got invited to the first day of play. 8 teams got to go through there. And as it progresses, that falls down. Teams join. 8 new teams come in based on their cup performance seeding, and they will have a chance to get through. Top 5 teams today, top 3 teams tomorrow, and that will make the big show the Sweet 16, if you will. Teams down there on the bottom, those last 5 guys, they only get 1 day to make a play, and they're going to have a tall order ahead of them, Matcham, because 3 teams will probably come through today, I would expect, of those 5 who I expected to play through yesterday. That means the qualification numbers for everyone else joining has gotten a lot tighter.
I mean, you're going to want to hope that those 3 make it through, because it gets even dicier on day 3, like you're talking about. Getting an idea of the squads that we're going to be looking at, getting some of the contenders that were kind of fighting their way up, now contesting against some of the best that we have in the Americas. So if anything, this is kind of going to be one of those moments whenever you can kind of throw off the weights that might be holding you back and see how well you can do against the best of the best.
So if you guys are just joining us, you see Falcons, God L used to be Athletes of Christ. They've changed the name, so they are God L, and Team Liquid, all teams that finished in the top of our finals, not able to advance in the top 8 yesterday. So they will be in this lobby. On top of that, we got 55, a regional partner team, who has shown that they are very good on day 2. We've also got teams like Wit, who are now joining the fray, and they proved last time around in the group stages that they can put up a good fight. On top of that, we got one of my favorite teams right now, Poro, Pest. Hey, Mind. It's back.
He is indeed. And Pest Control did manage to make the grand finals last time around with a massive performance. I think it was on day 2 of playoffs 1. So they have shown that they are more than capable of putting up a whole bunch of points. Now, obviously, this lobby is going to be looking a lot different. But again, it's only a 5-game set. So it's really, you don't have time to be screwing around, messing around to make your impact felt, especially when you got big names and big teams like that in the running.
Yeah, and I think there will be some happy teams that did slide through, eked through. Yesterday, X10 in particular, making some moves there at the very end. And I think today is going to be absolute chaos, Matcham. As we sort of set this one up, I know that the teams coming in tomorrow are also watching this saying, please, please, please let those heavy hitters get out of this one, because tomorrow it tightens up to 3.
Yeah, so I saw that Roth was asking how the qualification system works yesterday on social media, so I'll break it down for you. Again, remember that it is the top 8 that went on yesterday. It is only the top 5 that go on today, and then it is the top 3. So it is extremely brutal moving into day number 3 because, I mean, you just have to have consistency galore if you're trying to make sure that you stay in the top 3 out of 16 teams.
And the reason you want to stay in the top 3 is PGC points. At the end of the day, that's what it all comes down to. Prize pools are neat. Winning tournaments is cool, but heisting the World Championship, this is the first step on that long road. You earn PGC points through this system. You get them in PGS, but if you're a team pro that doesn't have a PGS bid for 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe it is, you essentially need to make sure you're getting the most out of these PAS PECs. You have to maximize your point gain.
No, for real. And you look at C, like coming in that top 8, it gives you that additional 16 through 9, depending on where your placement was. Even when we come to today, the top 5 are going to get a nice little stack. So when you think about what things are going to look like, it might not make a difference right now, but when you start getting towards the end of the year and everybody's starting to kind of collect things, and some teams that were really good maybe fall off a little bit, some teams that were starting slow may pick up a little bit. Those couple of points here and there could make the difference between going to PGC and watching from home.
So here's where our regional teams sit right now with the PGC race. Falcons looking at 262. Athletes of Christ, now God L, at 164. Liquid on down from there. Ironic to me, Matt, though, those top 3 didn't make it through yesterday, which is great news for teams like Wolf at 104.
Yeah, this is a bit weird because remember that you do get the biggest amount of PGC points on day 1. Not having those 3 pick up anything on day 1, well, it kind of throws everything off a bit. It is only a 10-point differential, but if you're a squad like Wolf that's looking to try to catch up against Team Liquid, or if you're a squad like Rock, these actually do have ramifications that will continue to build on the year like you guys are talking about.
Now, Wolf, this is who I want to talk to. I want to howl out to these guys. They came in yesterday. They played very well. We actually got a chance to sit down and talk to H-Win yesterday. At the end of the day, we asked some fun questions. We asked some hard questions. And the thing that I was struck with over and over again, Poro, was his professionalism.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing this a long time, right? And it's funny. The thing that struck me the most was I was reminded that he's only played for 3 different teams, and it feels like he's been around forever. And he has been. And the fact that he's only been on 3 different teams just goes to show you like how much of that professionalism is appreciated by the guys that he plays with.
I also I felt like in the interview I got away with this idea that like he's kind of enjoying not having to be the guy for the first time, not having to be the IGL, not having to have the focus of the team, not having to find the solutions. It feels like, and this is maybe a bit of a jump of logic, but it feels like PUBG is fun again. And I think that is something that is very real, Matt. This idea of we're playing a game at the end of the day. You got to enjoy who you're playing with. You got to remember that it's fun. And sometimes the business of getting to PGC can become a little intense.
I mean, bro was fragging out yesterday. I mean, I'm guessing it was fun. Either that or he was really mad. One of the two. I don't know. But I mean, H-Win is such an interesting guy whenever we look at like the history of his play, who he's played around, the achievements that he has. But also, we have to count in that we've got Snakers on that squad right next to him, a guy that has often felt that he has been, I guess, overshadowed at different times while he still had very good performances just because he wasn't on the best of the best squad, or even whenever he was on the best of the best squad, it was only for just a little while versus the consistency and history of other squads. So this is a team that has a lot to prove, but really to themselves more than to anybody else, because I don't think that squad necessarily is on the hunt for trying to make the biggest amount of fans or do anything else like that. The way that they're going to cut their path through this year is going to be off of their own success and their merit only.
You know, it's actually fascinating because I like that you bring that up, this idea of like not proving themselves or having to prove themselves. It does feel like a four-man roster who have been punched in the face so many times that at this point they don't really like, they're just like, we're going to play our way. This is our game. This is our system. Even Trevor sort of has this idea of like, you guys do it how you want to. Snakers, if you want to work while you're doing this, like, we're going to work around everyone's schedule and make this fun and interesting. And I kind of love that idea of this freedom of being able to cast off the shackles of organized play and say, let's do what's right. Let's put some 4 talented dudes together and just let them crack out. Now, I think that's been a lot of fun to watch. Somebody else has been really fun to watch, and it's kind of the antithesis of this, if you kind of think about the H-Win transition, is Gustav joined the Falcons. This is a very professional team, very system-driven, very focused with Kickstart calling. It seems like they are very, very driven on the goal of getting to that PGC and finally lifting the trophy. And I got to be honest, the roster, with the exception of yesterday, looks pretty good.
No, for sure. And it's, you know, they were always going to have that moment where, maybe we'll call it a post-honeymoon phase, maybe a little dabble into the post-honeymoon phase, but like things were going great, obviously, last week for Falcons. Everything was clicking. Gustav was fitting right in. Tig was just fragging out. Everything was going good, but that was always going to be the question, right? What happens the first time things aren't going so good, and how do they recover from that? How do you start taking criticism when things aren't going your way? So we'll see how they respond here today. I expect to see a massive response. Obviously, if you want to have a good turnaround, being in a somewhat weaker lobby is a great opportunity to just kind of like pin your ears back and just go attack everything.
Now, something else that a lot of people did besides attacking was changing the terrain. This is new. This started just yesterday in the tournament. This idea that you can just change the map, Matt. And as we watch the highlights, you can see the impact it had from car transitions to digging in to late game fights. This is wild.
Yeah, there's a lot of different elements, and it's going to be a continued growth in the meta around this. We do see kind of these things that enter the lobby for a little while can become very impactful for a little while, and then people start to step away from it. But even whenever we were looking at the Panzerfaust and the BRDM, those are still being used, but it's not going to necessarily be as much per se. Or we could find entirely different uses. Like I know a couple of players were talking about trying to dig in, see how much like they can try to get underneath of smokes or do stuff like that to try to get different vision. There's going to be a lot that's still developing off of it. And if you are a fan of the 3 squads that didn't qualify yesterday, remember that we did have all of this digging thing happen and some ridiculously nutty circles. So I wouldn't necessarily just write off and be like, oh, this is it, Falcons, Team Liquid, God, like, they're all done. They didn't even qualify on the first day. There was a lot of stuff that was going on and a lot of different gears kicking off.
Well, on top of that, and to kind of maybe go back a little bit to this H-Win interview, one of the things I thought was fascinating when we talked to him is we asked about sort of this change and his reaction, and he is someone that I respect his opinion on the meta philosophy and winning, said, I didn't even pick up a pickaxe all day. Like, I think it's a little, like, we'll see how it goes, but we did pretty well without digging in. So I do think that speaks to the fact that, like, it's not as cut and dry as maybe it appeared yesterday.
I think going into yesterday, I was kind of talking to Trevor about what their thoughts on the new meta shifts were going to be. And one of the things that he said is he said something that was different than every other person that I talked to. And he said, I think that people are gonna over rely on this. They're gonna overplay it to start off with, and it seems like that's kind of an opinion that was shared by H-Win and probably shared by the rest of the teams. That this is one of those brand new things, the new shiny tool, as we get to see.
So, wait, you're telling me that Wit's not overdoing it on the digging?
Look, we're 16 minutes into game, and poor Sneak Attack is just mining for diamonds right now. Look, fun fact, all this time they spent on that, what it takes didn't even win that game. They went down in like 4th, I think, as they got pushed by 55 on the top of that mountain. So that's the thing. It's like you could put all this time and effort into something. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to end up winning the game for you, though.
I choose to believe that Sneak Attack was playing too aggressive and his team was tired of the overpeaks and said, here, take this and go dig a hole. You know, like how your dad teaches you discipline back in the day. I love it, though.
Hilarious.
Great trench, right? Hey, man, we need a trench over there. Just go dig a trench. You know, Val. Okay, let's talk about the leaderboard. 56 points going to Copenhagen Wolves. Bestia at 46. What a wild day. Wait, how could this possibly... Okay, day 1, cool. Copenhagen Wolves domination. Rock doing really well. The big surprise for me, though, Matchroom, was X10 coming through at the end, knocking out the big 3 and taking that spot.
Yeah, I mean, they just did it, and enough yesterday is all you can really say. Whenever we look at X10 yesterday, they didn't get a victory. They had a 13th and a 16th out, but then they also had a 4th, a 2nd, and a 3rd. Pick up a couple of kills alongside that, and that's a pretty decent day. Managed to outperform a lot of very good squads and of some, again, very difficult circles. So sometimes, you know, you were talking about, like, we've got some very systematic teams that are formulaic at times. Whenever you get a whole bunch of circles that are just hard shifting all over the place in the day, it can really throw off those type of systems because you have to play a lot more reactionary. Copenhagen Wolves, I mean, you heard H1 say that he was impressed with Vox's calling and didn't realize how much work that he'd been putting in. That's a statement right there that we should really be kind of focused in on and trying to watch a little bit more of what Vox has got going on in the system, because it does feel like Copenhagen Wolves, Bestia, are a little bit more reactionary on side rather than more formulaic on side.
Well, I like to bring up Vox because something that occurred to me, you know, and maybe I'm wrong, but I remember the early days of Vox's appearance in PUBG. He said, H1 said, I didn't realize how good of a player he is. I feel like Vox has been a strong player for a long time, but I worry that his time with Texas back in the day hurt his ability to progress. I kind of put him on a side trail for a little while. And to see him here in the Americas playing really well, finding a team that buys into his style, I really love seeing it. I love the future for Vox, and he's just a nice guy when you meet him in real life. I hope they keep climbing, Poro.
Yeah, it's a long way from the days of Toxic Voxic from the Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Yeah.
But hey, he did. I think you know, as you spend more time around the scene, like you start hearing more and more of the same stories about these guys. So obviously Vox, very elder statesman, a lot of respect in the scene. But there you go, players to watch on day number 2. Never would have imagined that these would be players that we're keeping an eye on in day number 2.
Man, God, the eyebrows on that team are incredible. Guile Haven looking real good as he goes head-to-head with Tailton. And you know, Matt, Poro said not every player here is Tailton, guys, in the finals last week. But yesterday, a couple of those players took it personally.
We got some fraggers in this group, dude. The game really pop off. Whenever we look at Godlike, there's a lot that can be really functional on that one. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of different faces rotating on the other side. Tig has been absolutely popping off so far since this reset that's kind of happened with the Falcons. Trimsy's still right back next to him as well. So that means that it's going to be incredibly interesting to watch because if anything, it felt like those two squads were way more quiet than we have been seeing them be last week and the week before that. So I just kind of want to see them start unloading on the teams around them.
Cut loose. And I think that that's what we're going to maybe see in the finals. We roll back around that side because I will say in the finals, Poro, it did feel like our strongest teams are our strongest teams for a very specific reason, but that's not uncommon to the Americas in general, right? It feels like it's kind of a top-heavy region. Would you say it's gotten less top-heavy over the last year or two, or do you think it's about the same as it has always been?
I would say it's probably almost the same as it has been for the most part. But that being said, it's seems like it's getting with the changes that we're seeing, obviously the perspective shift, and now like you start including stuff like destructible terrain, all this stuff. It's starting to kind of shake the foundations a little bit. Like teams that are on the up and coming are able to kind of capitalize off the chaos that this change introduces. And you know, on the day, and it's the fact that we have these 5-game sets where if you have a bad day, there's somebody's going to be there to jump and pounce and take advantage of that, right? So X10, obviously the best indicator from that yesterday, as we saw them kind of capitalize off of the other guys kind of having a bad day. So turnaround is always fair play. So I'm excited to see what these up and coming squads can do.
I'm glad you're excited because it's time to see it. Let's get into it. Game number 1 coming up after this. Shazam! The game is underway. The plane is in the air right down the middle, just like we like it, Matchum. As game number 1 of day 2 gets off and kick it. Everything that happened yesterday does not matter anymore. All that matters is the 5 games in front of you, and those start on the grassy pastures.
Points reset, mental reset, as we get a plane path that goes over Everest and ends over to the channel down to the south. So a little bit of touch around that Milta area. Eyes always go to Military Base Island just because, I don't know, these qualifiers and PAS just always keep getting that magnet down to the south.
All right, we see Kickstart taking the landing. Nothing too hot right out of the gate. Poro, do you expect this to start fast and frenetic because there's only 5 qualifying spots? Do you think we change anything from last week?
You know, it would be a change from yesterday, honestly. Like yesterday, it seemed, or last week, it seemed like everything was a little bit more aggressive. Teams were more willing to get involved in these early scraps. But yesterday, everything seemed to calm down for the most part through all maps. Obviously, until we got to the very end on Erangel, where things got a little bit freaky. But we'll see how it goes today. As you said, only 5 games remaining, and the pressure has now been ratcheted up 100%. So we'll see how these guys adapt.
I love predictions, but I know nobody else does. So I'm not going to ask for a pick prediction. What I'm going to ask you to is something very simple. Do the big 3, Liquid, Athletes of Christ / God L now, and Falcons make it through in the 5 today? Poro?
Yes.
Matchroom?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
100%. You know what? Yeah, I agree. As much as Liquid has cut me deep in the last year, they look good. Purdy looks great. He's got some new facial hair, just like somebody else on the broadcast, Poro. I gotta be real.
Nas 3 primeiras partidas a gente jogou de uma
After this.
buscando mais o centro do jogo, que meio que é o certo, vamos dizer assim. Mas a gente percebeu que está tendo muitos hard shift no mapa. E na partida 4 e na 5, onde a gente mais pontuou, foi que a gente começou a jogar o nosso jogo mesmo, que é empurrando os times para dentro do círculo, a gente jogando na borda. E é isso. Ontem e hoje a gente estudou bastante os jogos e vimos que o melhor jeito da gente jogar seria mais fazendo nosso jogo mesmo, que é dominando a borda, empurrando, dominando a borda e empurrando, por conta dos hard shifts que estão tendo no mapa. Então acho que é isso que vai fazer a gente chegar no top 5 hoje. A destruição de terreno foi uma mudança bastante diferente para o jogo competitivo, porém a gente está tentando ao máximo utilizar isso da melhor forma possível para a gente, com o uso de picareta. Sempre que a gente consegue cavar um buraco, a gente faz um buraco para ficar melhor para a gente jogar.
Diggy hole. Sometimes that if you got nothing else to do, just do it. I mean, that's kind of what we were watching in our little quick replay of what was going on with Wit yesterday. I think that they were just at the top of the hillside. Nobody was kind of pushing close enough for them to do anything else, so might as well dig.
Bro, we need to talk about that PUBG bucket hat, though, because I'm pretty sure that was a reversible one, the KFC thing from back in the day. That thing was sick.
I thought it was one of the PGS ones, but
was it? I don't know, because you could see like right underneath it was like red and white. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know, but
I think that's one of them that we got as well. Because casters don't always get all the swag the players do. Sag, but I think I've got that one somewhere.
I don't know. I'll have to take it out. No, I'm gonna have to pull out that PUBG bucket. It's just looking sick.
Get your PUBG bucket for your bucket hat.
Heck yeah, dude. Well, yeah, bucket for all the dirt that these guys are going to be digging out of trenches, right? Am I right? Well, first circle, 50% divided by water. So they're going to have to make the decision: do you go north or south? And honestly, Matt, I'm kind of surprised, but it seems like a lot of teams already opting to go north of the river.
Yeah, it's a bit more mathematical on that side. I mean, it does lean more to the south as far as water goes. If it is going to go south, you feel like it's going to go more that Yasnaya side, just through the way that it's all set up. A lot of squads also rotating very along that river facing that we're looking at. You can see it is going to be Tempest right next to Affinity, rent-free on the other side. They've got themselves the gas station taking a couple of shots. And it's... Actually, no, they don't have the gas station. They have that little small ridge line a bit further down.
We'll get to work on that leaderboard, guys. Don't worry. But another thing to note is that red zone in the middle. We saw the damage that red zones can do to this destructible terrain, and now you got it in this wide open field that we often see end up in these late games in this area. A lot of teams already sending it right on through, getting real close to each other. A little bit of jousting going on. No knocks or flushes just yet, but again, so many teams opting to go just fully commit north. Oh, I spoke too soon. There you go, Gats. We'll get Abdu. So welcome to the lobby, rent free.
The biggest thing for red zones is that I would try to keep an eye on if I was IGL or playing in this, where they were landing so that way you could make sure you had eyes fully up while you're rotating through these zones. We saw that the red zone explosions making the craters were big enough to really screw up a couple of rotations yesterday. So out of anything, it's just another thing to track on the map to know where you're having to go. And it's going to be interesting, as you said, that if this does go north, we're already going to have a cluster of these kind of explosions and dips that people are going to be able to find or try to roll through.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Rent Free again. This is a team that didn't get to play on day one last week either, but they still managed to make the grand final. Finished in 12th with 67 points overall, but those are some very well-known names on that squad. We'll be keeping a close eye on them to see if they can cause problems here for our big three, as we see 55 making their way through Gatka, and they'll be one of our late arriving teams. Still about 3 more that are outside of zone right now, Matt.
Yeah, and it's no big rush. Bolivia is going to be over there, what it takes, and Chapinski's look like they're leaning more towards going for the ferry pier, crossing over in Novo, but late rotate on this one I don't think is too terrible given the fact that we're talking about 50 split in it. Stolber's still pretty open. You still have the shooting range hillside that's mostly open over there, so if you got to go for a long wrap, should be pretty okay. I think that might be what 55 is aiming for, hoping that this does go more on the western way to the north. That way they can find something to play around. Pest control, though, interestingly enough, is like one of the first squads to get here. They got along that crossroads position, but they're still kind of regrouping and exploring the terrain around them and not comfortable on the point that they're playing.
Yeah, it seems to be a conf thing. Like they've got the rest of the gang in the at the crossroads posted up 3 deep, and conf is just kind of scouting by feel right now. I think he's just trying to make sure that you know the spot there with the basement, you know, the secret bunker under there. I think he's just making sure that nobody is playing that just yet.
Comp going full John Wick. People start shooting at his cars, and it just makes him more mad. Runs over there, starts going after everybody. Here's our rotate with the Chapinski on the ferry pier. This lets you know how absolutely exciting these first games, whenever we reset the leaderboard, truly are.
And another new entry into the lobby, Team Fate, just missed out on getting to the grand final. I think they missed it by like 1 point on the final day. They had a really nice glow up, but unfortunately we're not able to do it. We'll see if they find a little bit more luck this time playing from those warehouses. Not a bad spot to start off with, as we see Team Liquid doing the same around shooting range. Big wide split for them though, Matt.
Yeah, they play in the math right now, hoping the fact that it does go to that northwestern area that 55 did end up rotating into, so that 2-1-1 split across shooting range hillside, all the way up next to kind of touching Severny. So a pretty big split for them. Mirrored a bit across from them is also going to be Rent-Free doing something a bit similar. Fate with a closer bundle that they're kind of stacking on top of each other, as the rotation's now starting to get a bit close to Yasnaya, and that's the harassment on the 2-2 split coming up from Collector, which is all the way up into Stolber in the low plateaus over next to No Lean, and then in Yasnaya itself. While mirroring that is going to be kind of new gen all-stars that are running I guess a 2-1-1 as well, where they have Balefrost and Yasnaya, 2 in No Lean, and then I guess just down next to Godlike, where it's running a 4-man split. Everybody is taking a lot of territory in the circle.
Yeah, it's a marked difference from yesterday. So a lot more teams kind of splitting out, and again, a lot of it has to do with the circle, obviously. But kind of surprising to see how many teams are kind of keeping one toe dipped in the Yasnaya waters, just in case that does cut back over there. New Gen All Stars arguably have probably one of the better positions in there if that does end up happening. But we're gonna find out here shortly, as the circle is about to collapse.
Eyes on. Varia is about to try and make their way, Bolivia, I'm sorry, about to make their way into the circle. Timing it pretty well as new circle does reveal, and it stays 50-50, wow. So just the squad's external to this going to be in a little bit more dangerous of a spot. Team Liquid with their wide split, not really having any territory to work. Looks like they've already hopped into vehicles and are trying to beat. Godlike going to be doing the same thing. Wit times this perfectly and sneaks right into where we saw the ending yesterday on Erangel, getting right on top of that Razak hillside where the recall beacons are going to be at. No, looks like we have New Gen All-Stars going to be regrouping a bit more down to the south, and we still have Yasnaya in play. Never counted out.
That is a very sneakily brutal shift right there, because although it's not a hard shift per se, that is you saw how many teams were really thinking that it was going to go off to the north and play that area, and now all those teams are kind of making their way down south. They're starting to run into each other. We see this fight going on between Tempest and Pest Control over by the gas station, getting third-partied by Rent Free, so Pest Control does not have time to stick around here for too long. They've got to get on the move.
Yeah, this hillside isn't necessarily the strongest to hold at this point, but I mean, it is pretty centered. You still have the entire lake around Yasnaya that has nobody that's hunkered down. And the Collector is going to opt into going into Yasnaya itself. You have the collapses that are going to be happening over in the west. Falcons are going to be rotating and bumping into, it looks like 55, who's gone for another shift back over. Pest Control, though, does get the knock onto Hooligan. Is that going to be enough to go for this compound? Because it is such a dicey compound to try to push.
That's tough, and more teams are starting to make their way over here as we see Hooligan gets knocked. They'll see if they can get him back on his feet. Conf also down, but it looks like he might get flushed. He will get taken away by Honey Badger, so nice heads-up play there from Rent Free. Collect another point for themselves as K-Mine, tip of the spear, pushing in. Tempest on the clock, trying to see if they can spot him out. Hooligan's going to go down. No! Nice shots will take down Bang. And Hooligan will go down to his own grenade, get flushed out, but Pest Control, the damage has been done. They win the fight, but not for only long. Down to 2, yeah.
Looks like Rent Free was going to be going for them. Here's the Falcons side that we were looking at, 55. 55 getting the worst side of this one so far. Falcons already sitting at 2 kills, and remember 55 and Falcons were both rotating over here, bumped into each other, and now 55's just kind of calling out. There is a Panzerfaust on the other side where you try to hop, but this is the new Falcons kind of regimen that they're running. You can see it's 3 close range, Tiggleton in the back, provide some form of cover.
Nice grenade from Gustav will get that knock on the Tavon, and now it's just down to Gabri. He's got a Panzerfaust and a Dream in a corner, just hoping that maybe all 3 of these guys will come peek the same corner. Hopefully Falcons are smart enough not to do that, as you see where Gabri is, just waiting for those footsteps to creep on by. Danger time here if you're Falcons fans, yeah.
I hate going for that peek around that position right there, especially if you're in TPP, because you can kind of hit the wall. You can also kind of hit that gas barrel that's going to be in front of you. It is defendable, but I swear it never seems to launch properly. So you got to make sure that you are lined up perfectly if you try to squeeze it in between the two and take the shot. Falcons don't want to overextend. They have a pretty good idea on where somebody could be hiding in at, but they don't want to just push in. That was one of the problems that Falcons did have. They were very, I guess, confident in their control, and then when these little plays happens, and that's why you keep Tig back behind it all. Now Gabri has been spotted, and it's going to spell a little bit of his doom. Nowhere to go now.
It's good work from Falcons. Yet Tig doing his role. Plays that anchor position, and that's why. So 4 clean picked up for Falcons. The circle does pop away, and it is going to go back down to the south. So even though it's not, as we said, not hard shifting, this is still a brutal circle for the late game, because you see just how many teams still on that northern side. For one reason or other, either they thought it was going to cut back up there, or they got involved in fights and weren't able to make the move.
Big fields also from Yasnaya means that there's a lot of dead space when you couple it in with the water. Fate making their quick charge in. Rent Free's going to go ahead and go to the other gas station, regroup right on the edge of it. But just like you're talking about, on that western front, we've got a lot of a mix-up that's going to be going on with Team Liquid getting the vision on one squad, but still have another squad on top of them if they're not careful. Affinity's going to drop some nades right on top of them, but hasn't forced anybody to really make too big of a push yet for Team Liquid. If anything, it's just kind of stalling out. Given the fact that Bolivia is playing 2 different fronts on this one. They've got a player all the way over in Razak that's providing some cover and stalling out Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is tough for both teams, obviously, and now you can see the damage that Team Liquid is taking from range. That's I Am Bolivia that have an angle onto their backs, and now Team Liquid is kind of between a rock and a hard place here, and can't just disengage off of this fight as easily as they would have liked to. So they're kind of fully committed to taking the fight against Affinity, and they need to keep those smokes recycling, because I Am Bolivia, they're inside circle. They have nothing else to do but to take these shots.
Well, most of them are in the circle. You know, they get that one guy that's still doing
one guy
drilling, but he can regroup. Just
you want to be pedantic about it, man? Jeez.
But now Team Liquid, what are you even gonna do? It looks like you're just gonna try to start to get yourself out of this situation. A lot of damage onto Team Liquid already. There's also going to be a rotate over here coming up from Last Breath, and I think that Pest Control is going for a recall at roughly the same time. Falcons opted to go entirely away from this. Remember, they were playing around Rozhok in that western area. They're going to wrap all the way down to the south, and Chapinski's. It's going to put them pretty close to also Collector as well. Infinity high side on this one, as they do have one of their players go down, and Ghost, Luke 12 finally manages to get something back on what has been a pretty brutal hold coming up from Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough for sure. And Affinity not really capitalizing off of it as much as maybe they could, as they do. I'm not sure what their utility situation is, but they keep getting these knocks. Or they got the knock on Alo, and I'm not sure if I and Bolivia's shots are causing them trouble as well, or what's going on there. But it looks like they'll finally disengage. They'll pull away off to the north. Team Liquid going to try to do the same. They'll get Alo back on his feet. But again, I and Bolivia, you see what they're working with here. They're right on the edge in a perfect gatekeeping position.
And the trap starting to mount long-range shots on the players. They're just jumping into the vehicles for Team Liquid. So Bolivia has to be careful, though, because they have allowed Team Liquid to get pretty close on one side of it. This is the reposition that came out from their man that was playing around Rozhok. And the circle pops, and it goes right over next to Yaznaya yet again. The field's going to be the big part of this one, and it's going to be right along that river coming out from the lake. So it's got its own natural barricade. All these squads into the west on the other side of the river are going to have an absolutely brutal push that they have to go through to get into the circle.
Just a crazy set of circle shifts here. And Pest Control, they got the revive station hit, so Hot and Spicy and K-Mind are actually going to be able to land inside the city, but they're getting there right at the same time as Fate is pushing in. New Gen All-Stars, remember, they were holding that 2-2 split. They'll go ahead and regroup everybody in the compound at the turn on the road. Collector actually take over the sniper tower as I Am Bolivia. They try to start the hold here against Team Liquid, but Team Liquid proving to be too tough to crack.
Luke slowly bleeding out back behind this, as now Affinity is getting closer to Bolivia's position. Dismantled a lot what's going on with Team Liquid as everybody is just trying to brute force their way through. Two players to the north for Affinity right now. The Cowboy on a very wide flank around, going to be able to do the work in the Mizbo, get the knock on him. And all the squads over here just dealing with mutually assured destruction. Sure, it's only phase number 4, but this is just turning into an absolute massacre. And remember, even if you get through this, you still have to go through Last Breath, who's being held back by Rent Free, and then you still have to deal with the river and the bridge crossing. Cowboy, though, he's just trying to fight his way tooth and nail. Does manage to take down Bolivia, but you gotta keep going. Other side of this, Affinity at least managed to finally touch Last Breath.
How on earth did Team Liquid get out of that? Good work by the duo from Cowboy and Alo. As I Am Bolivia, they were in the gatekeeping position. They wanted that. Everything was going great until it wasn't. And they are made short work of. Here is now Affinity down to just Ducky Arv with the high ground. Shots will land, but that blue zone is ticking.
This is very weird now because we've got Rent Free and Wit who can see most of what's going to be happening due to the way that this hill kind of pops back down into the river. So Last Breath a bit now stuck over here. That's why they couldn't rotate easily. They had two different teams that were taking shots at them. And now these hailing teams are slowly forcing their way right on top of the line. But we still have the duo for Team Liquid back behind it all as Last Breath still managed to keep 3 up. While it is phase number 4, though, that blue zone is starting to chunk.
It sure is. And while the rest of the teams are kind of inside zone, not really shooting at a little bit shooting at each other. Falcons, I think, have an angle on Injected, but this is pretty much the most fighting that's going on here. Alo's going to find another one. More picked up for Team Liquid. This salvage game here for Team Liquid working out really nicely for them.
I really like the synergy that's going on between Alo and Cowboy. We've seen it a couple of times whenever these two are working together. I don't know if it's about communication, playstyle, whatever. These guys can make some real big miracles happening. 6 kills already for Team Liquid, and you have to feel like just trying to get to the blue zone could be a nigh impossible task. But managed to pick up something in a very bad situation as now we have eyes onto even more fields as Godlike and New Gen All-Stars have a compound. Collector has, I guess, that little bit of a wizard tower, and Fate's got the remnants of Yaznaya.
Oh, this is about to be rough here. I mean, look, 4 teams inside the zone, and then it's just nothing but fields. And Chapinski's going to be the first one to send it right to that ridge line underneath Godlike. We'll see if they can survive. They've got Falcons off to the south injected down there as well. So Chapinski's surviving for the time being, but you can see the damage that's coming through as Piero's going to go down.
Godlike's got a mountain in the middle of the field is the way it feels. It's just a couple stories tall, but these throws are just absolutely beautiful. Godlike is going to have a pretty decent level of control. Already knows where the other duo is going to be sat up. Chapinski's was going for a smart play, but at this stage, it's just so hard to play this area. It's got some defendable points that you can kind of hunker down into. Godlike is also taking shots at Wit, who's having to come down from their hillside, and has done enough damage to force Wit more into the north, while Rent Free is finally having to leave their gas station, and that is going to be New Gen All-Stars holding them back.
Yeah, this is tough. Chapinski's just going to be the first ones, really, as Falcons finally will cross over, and they'll deal with Simplicity quickly and efficiently there. So more kills there picked up for Falcons. They have to move to get further inside the zone, but they've got a nice little stack of points to start off for themselves.
A couple players back in, now just landing. Joshy, just the two of them back up, watching what's going to be going on over here. Great shots coming up from the Bizzler, though, do manage to get the knock on the sneak attack. Got to be bouncing around just a bit as Rent Free still has to get into the circle. They know that they're going to have to deal with New Gen All-Stars, but this is a beautiful angle coming up from Honey Badger, and Wit just has nowhere to go. They've got Godlike on one side, New Gen All-Stars already hunkered down, and Rent Free just doing a great job on control. But the blue zone's coming in, and Rent Free's positions are about to be very vulnerable.
Oh, Joshy tries to come out. No, nicely done there. Honey Badger will take him down as Rent Free kicking in the door on this first game here, making their presence felt immediately. A good game for them to start off. Just no matter how it ends, they still have a lot of work to do to get inside that zone. You see what it takes. We'll just hop into vehicles, try to go for the low flank, try to get underneath Godlike, and so far so good, but there's still more work left to be done.
Manages to make landfall, lost in Zito for it, but Godlike just responds so fast. Panzerfaust pops enough to get some damage and force the car down on top of him. That is going to be enough. Counters come out, and it's going to be Marcis. Makes the hard push up onto the side, playing the wall. He goes down. Godlike keeps their defenses immaculate.
Massive, massive W there for Godlike, as they'll be able to get Haven back on his feet again. It looks like Rent Free. They've sent Honey Badger up to the woods to look over into this direction, but the rest of the squad's still playing over there. So they've got time to reset completely off of this now that they have to move once again. Chapinski's still alive with 2. So Godlike, nice shots from Honey Badger, though, will get LFP knocked.
This is Rent Free with nowhere to go, so they're trying to backstab a squad. See if maybe they could have picked up a couple of those knocks, but you can see that they have to walk now from New Gen All-Stars. They're trying to make a wrap up to the north. They've kind of left Honey Badger to his own devices. This is there's nothing good, so try to see if you can at least get into the fields. Don't forget about Fate that's still playing around Yasnaya. That's the harassment coming in. Vehicles are getting dropped, and I mean, this is just going to be Rent Free's life. There is nowhere to rent anything, so of course it is going to be free because this is an open circle with no real estate to be had.
Just brutal stuff. Good shots from New Gen All-Stars, though, to make sure that they make short work of that issue, and they would love to be able to secure these last couple of points as they have the good compound here. Fate will have to leave Yasnaya City. They'll have to move out of the walls, but you can see Dreams from Collector playing that sniper tower. They have an angle onto this perfectly. Remember, Falcons, they've found a way to get inside the circle on the south side, and they've got all 4 up still.
Honey Badger, the only one still up for Rent Free, as we did see those other knocks come in. So the guy that was kind of stuck back behind it all is still going to have to be trying to find a way path forward. We do also see Godlike looking like they might be trying to drop some mortars more into the circle to set up a rotate of their own. New Gen All-Stars wanting to make sure that they secure these kills. Honey Badger goes down, so they are going to pick them up, and now Fate trying to make the rotate. New Gen All-Stars has got themselves a good crossfire combined with Collector, and Fate just doesn't have too many different ways they can handle it.
Yeah, Fade unfortunately did not have the opportunity to do what Godlike is doing, and that's Haven dropping the mortars down in the middle of the field. Remember, we were talking about yesterday how those mortars can be used to kind of pre-make these divots that you can play these with that destructible terrain. So I think that's what Godlike is doing. They're sending that over. Or they could just be sending it right on top of Falcons. Never mind. Oh no, you don't want to get knocked with pickaxes in your hands.
Well, hey, they were trying to dig a hole, and now they have a hole. So, I mean, thanks, Godlike. We appreciate it. No follow-ups coming through as Godlike wants to try to see if they can set up some type of rotate. Actually, nope. Haven goes back over the mortar. Then New Gen All-Stars stacking these kills up right now. They are just roaming through the fields, and they are absolutely massacring anything that moves. This is just an environment where they feel comfy, cozy, even in a situation where they should not. Finding tons of kills, but let's not forget Godlike still has to deal with Chapinski's down below them, and that's why they can't pursue this Falcon knock.
Yeah, I'm curious as Godlike's play there, because it looks like they do have a vehicle that Haven just popped into and popped out of by Gustav. Goodness gracious, Trimsy will find one as well, but they got the double knock and never made the press. They never made the push to get over there. So Falcons is able to fully reset in this open field, and now New Gen All-Stars, as you said, they're on their hunt, and they have now put their attention over towards the southwest and Godlike.
New Gen All-Stars is using the small decline that goes down the hill to separate and provide cover and allow them to third party. This is a great read on the circles. Chapinski's, this is, I think, why we were looking at Godlike having a lot of trouble to try to get out of this compound. New Gen All-Stars up to the top, and then a firmly and definitely entrenched. There is no other word for Chapinski's playstyle right now. They are down in a little hole that they've managed to dig, and Godlike can't even spot their heads, as this is going to stall them out a bit. A lot of their utilities are already used on the multiple squads that's been coming after him, so Godlike in some trouble. No real easy way to deal with what's going to be happening. Finally, he's getting vision on New Gen All-Stars. Fana is going to get a knock.
Yeah, not sure what the plan was there for LFP. Just blind peeking the two guys in the ditch and hoping that he would survive. But Chapinski's, yeah, this is what you're getting from this destructible terrain. You're digging these holes. You're keeping yourself alive. And you can see they still got a couple more trenches left to dig, as Oracle is doing the work right there for himself. Falcon's also starting to look over in this direction.
Fana just trying to find any explosive. He's just like, I just want to drop something. Maybe the Doritos will do the work. No. Maybe the next set of Doritos could do some work. No.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, he's got some flashes, but he can't really peek this angle because remember Falcons that they drop those mortars on? If they crest the top of that hill, Falcons are going to have great vision on him and they're going to murderize him. Iga also wanting to do the same thing, so Van is just kind of stuck. He's pissed off enough of the lobby and knows it.
Well, 4Earth actually putting a pause on Falcons right there, as Collectors will get that knock and will be enough of a distraction here for Falcons until Fana starts shooting, and yeah, Kickstart will get their 9th kill on the board here for Falcons, as they have complete control over the south side.
New Gen All-Stars and Falcons tied up right now. Big plays coming out as New Gen All-Stars. They can't necessarily continue their roam because you see the hillside and how you can't really see New Gen All-Stars from the Falcons' positioning. This is what New Gen All-Stars have been exploiting. It's forced Collector and Falcons a lot closer and to deal with themselves than what they really wanted to. And now New Gen All-Stars has got that quadrant up to the northwest. The circle pops, stays centered, so New Gen All-Stars can continue to exploit it for now. But Chapinski's, you're going to have to dig a while because that trench is nowhere near the new circle.
It is not. And look, Oracle's having a good time, man. I'm going to just let him live his life. He's having a great evening.
We need digging stats. I'm sorry. We need it.
I know. I mean, well, look, the other thing, I want mortar stats. We still haven't gotten mortar stats up on Swire. I want that. But, one thing at a time. Let's focus on our end game here. Is Collective, they've been playing that sniper tower for a while now. Have not gotten a single kill out of it, just because, that's kind of the tail of the tape whenever you play that spot, right? Everybody knows to avoid it. So we'll see if they're able to move in, but New Gen All-Stars, they're looking.
And welcome to the new meta for right now. It is just going to be slowly and steadily digging your way. I mean, Chapinski's might be able to make it, or at least get close. And look at all these Doritos that were delivered that they have for cover right now. This is not necessarily the worst, but I don't think that they're gonna. They still have 15 meters that they've got to go, and it's a long dig. Those pickaxes don't work fast.
Look, this is what happens when you have no more smokes, no more throwables, nothing you can really hide behind. And yeah, Shrimsy will spot out Oracle. Shinboy will get a knock on Red Rider as he is making that Alm do work for himself right now. Binsky's they had to leave the divot, and there you go. Done and dusted, as Tiggleton will pick up the 10th and 11th kills here for Falcons, as they have now made their way in to the south side. New Gen All-Star still focusing down on Collector with a weather eye on Falcons as well.
I mean, I like this. It still keeps the hillside between them and Falcons, but Gustav is going to start going for a flank. It's going to be on Iga to keep an eye on that one, but actually everybody from New Gen All-Stars very focused in on Collector right now. They want to try to get control over that territory because they know that's going to be the closest ranged threat, but now they're starting to surrender what has been providing them their safety and their successes. If they are not careful, Falcons can really assault the top side of that hill. That's why you're seeing so many throwables now come out, smokes, to try to create a line of demarcation between New Gen All-Stars as they want to continue their role. Everybody else is digging or got some compounds. It's the New Gen All-Stars. They're getting what they can off of just gunplay. Starting to find it. Collectors, nowhere to go. Finna is going to go down. I mean, Finna is going to get the knock on to Red Rider.
Tell you what, New Gen All-Stars, it's very bold. They drop these Doritos and then are running as the Doritos are falling. So they are managing to dodge them and move their way up into Collectors. As they do so, Shinboy will be the first one pressed. He's going to find 3. Collector, just like that, immediately eliminated. New Gen All-Stars kicking in the door here in game number 1.
They made that look easy. Falcons, you're about to have a conclusion in this firefight. If you're not careful, a lot of damage onto Gustav. Has to retreat back down the hill for some safety. We do have the blue zone that's kind of forcing everything into our endpoint, but New Gen All-Stars has been playing this for a while. They know the flanks around. They know what hate bales are still up, but Gustav has a great angle onto New Gen All-Stars. Gets the knock, but Finna gets one back, and this has turned a lot more dicey. Perfect tie at the top of the leaderboard to start this one off.
Oh, this is a brutal open field fight, and this is exactly what we were expecting to see with that destructible terrain. What's coming in huge here? Falcons will get the last knock and the final kill. 15 total for themselves, and they start off the day with a big win.
New Gen All-Stars Falcons making it into the later stages, Toffees, as it was a bloodbath in those fields.
Yeah, it was. That shift was gnarly as it goes up to the north. Yesterday, the Falcons floundered. They did not take flight, and they took that personally as they come out with a win on 1. But that's not all there is to say about it as we look at the highlights, Poro. Because yesterday they got a win too, and it wasn't enough.
They did. They did indeed. They got that 10-kill win in game number 2, and then the rest of the day was pretty forgettable, and I think they have learned their lesson that one win is not enough. So we'll see what they can put together with 4 more games remaining, as we saw a lot of early game action. Again, Matt, those circles, while being deceptively simple, actually created a lot of problems for those teams that were playing from the northern side.
What's going on with PAS circles right now, dude? Because they have they have it out for some teams. The way that they've been hard shifting around, it baits into this like, oh look, everything's going to be fine. There's just a river that's running through, and then we're just going to hard shift, and then suddenly we're over in Yasnaya in fields. We're not in the north, and everybody's just having to rotate through some just absolute brutal situations. But at least we do have the pickaxes, everything else to find some safety, because Japinski's definitely benefited from it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, if I'm a piece of dirt, I want to get dug by the best. Bring in Diggleton. Let's do it. Let's make some trenches. All right?
No,
Kickstart,
we're not starting Diggleton.
Well, you know, it's trigonometry, Diggleton.
We're not starting Diggleton. Come on.
Why not?
I mean, okay. Well, let's run it back. They were so good the first time. So look, Team Falcons, top of the board. Great performance for them. Obviously, 25 points is a very nice way to start the day. But again, job not done. New Gen All-Stars kind of in the same boat. Godlike also with double-digit points. So we'll see if maybe they've turned a corner a little bit.
It's nice to see the leaderboard updated. I will apologize to everybody in the stream. It took a little while for us to find the right button to plug it in, but we got there, and now the scores are accurate. Falcons looking good at 25, New Gen All-Stars at 18, Godlike not unexpected jumps to 12, and even Team Liquid, who had a rough game in terms of transition and opportunity, still managed to get 6 kills and make some good lemonade out of a tough match. Matchroom.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, it's a tale of 2 different teams right there. Team Liquid that had to fight their way, not even touching placement, and then Collector that just kind of lived their life until the later stages and then didn't pick up any kills. So you've got multiple ways to handle it. I do feel like Team Liquid, again, that Cowboy Alo combo, I am loving. And I don't know what it is whenever we see them together, but magic happens.
Yep, magic does happen. All right, let's talk about where we're going into number 2. That game was wild. The fact that circle was so far north, it kind of threw everyone off their kilter, right? You think that could have been a military. I think you even brought that up, Matt, with the way that circle was lined up. And then we end up on the north side. I think that's really shocking for everyone. Now, with only 5 games, though, there's no way that you can say, it was a bad game for us, Poro. You have to make your moves because the top 3 teams are already starting to look towards those top 3 spots and only 5 advance.
Yeah, you got to make the most of your luck. And honestly, nobody's going to be feeling sorry for you if you start talking about how we're not getting circles, whatever. Nobody's going to care. Like, you've got 5 games. You got to get something done. And I think that's exactly what Liquid did in that situation. I agree with Matt. I like the Cowboy Alo combo. I just hope we get to see it not fighting its way out of the blue in the future. Hopefully next time we get to see it fighting for a win.
Let's talk New Gen All-Stars. They didn't get any love yesterday. We talked a little bit about them in the earlier stages of this event. This is a team that is made up by what we used to call the young guns, but have recently become the bad boys, right? As they make some big plays. If you guys are unfamiliar with the roster, it's Iga, Shinboy, Balefrost, and Finna. Some players who want to make a name for themselves, who have made names for themselves in the past. And this game, they played very, very well, Matt.
I mean, they are a newish generation. They're not the oldest generation, I guess is the way you can look at it whenever we look at PUBG. But
who's on the logo?
I don't.
I thought
none of those guys have a mustache.
I thought it was Penta.
Is it Penta?
I mean, it's the closest I can come up with from the Americas.
But Penta isn't on that team.
He's not.
I know, yeah, but like, you know, that's why is he holding a hot dog? There's questions that I'll never know.
Somebody in the chat's got to know.
It looks like a young gunner just being disappointed in somebody. I don't know.
Are they saying? Am I seeing Yaxley? Is it Yaxley?
Maybe.
Yaxley hadn't been around in a minute.
Dude, I mean, who knows? The way that these rotations happen
All right,
on
come on,
Duel and
Keenan, give me a
else
break,
like
bro.
Dude, that was baller from Keaton, though. These casters really don't know their OG players by AI face. Well done. All right, let's jump back into players to watch. Hey, it's Tiggleton and Haven again. These guys like to kill stuff, and then they come out 1-3, so no wonder that we see them back up in terms of playing against each other 4-2 on day 2 so far. These are two teams that are looking like, I don't want to say, is it too early to say the future? Falcons already is. Is God L prepared to step into the role that maybe Rock filled into last year that's sort of fallen off of Matchroom, that second or third team?
Oh my God, Americas and only having 3 or 4 teams that were sent into internationals. Right. Who would have thought? I mean, Godlike definitely plays in that style. We know the fact that they've got a lot of different arrows that they can bring out of the quiver, a lot of different play styles. They're not just like a one and done style team. The difference between America's domination and international performance is a big question, though. It is a very fluid style that I think could do well on international stage, but we'll have to see. As far as Americas go, though, I think that we're in and we should buckle up because it does feel like Godlike is going to be a consistent name that we're dealing with through the remainder of this year.
All right, let's talk about the teams that have joined the fray today. Those big 8, I'm going to list them off for you guys one more time as we get ready for the next game, because I think it is relevant to sort of keep an eye on these guys. Fate, Tempest, Injected, Rent-Free, Affinity, Collectors, Chapinskis, and I Am Bolivia. Love that name. These guys stepped in. They're cold. Some of them haven't been able to play since they were not advanced on day 2 and 3 last 2 weeks time, I would say. Chapinskis in particular, for a team of guys that I don't really know, Poro, they continuously catch my eye. They continuously show up in big plays. Is it because they're crazy, or is it because they're future?
I mean, they could be a little bit crazy, but I will say that their success in this last game was really just survival based on digging holes in a good enough way that they were able to avoid our godlike push. But you know, honestly, the team from that list of names that you just gave off that really caught my eye in game number 1 was Rent Free. I mean, they came in and they looked like they are ready to fight. Like they were taking fights, they were winning fights until they had to make an impossible push into an open field and got taken out that way. They were looking pretty strong. So definitely got my eyes on Honey Badger and the boys as the day progresses to see if they can pull out something.
All right, so the game is about to get underway. Production has sent over their mobile fix kit so I can take care of any issues that may come up in this match. We're strapped, we're set, and the plane is popped as we get ready to go to the Dusty Dunes. It's a little bit less of a center circle, but you know what? We learned last time, Matt, that doesn't even matter. It could be dead center for all we know.
This is a very weird plane path we don't see happen a lot. Impala up to Oasis. It does deny out like Drumstick and everything down there. Yeah, Chumacera is going to be hard to stretch to, but we don't see really a plane path on Miramar often cut out this much space. So intriguing to see if we can see some secondary or maybe something else. Get a little bit of a dust up on this one at the start because squads are going to have to kind of react. Remember, this isn't a set lobby, so drops are going to be a little bit peculiar.
A little bit peculiar, a big rotations to teams. It could go chaotic, and I think that is sort of the advantage to being those big 3 that advanced to today, Poro. It's one of those things like no one's going to challenge Liquid for their job. No one's going to mess with the Falcons. They almost have a better starting scenario on day 2 than they did on day 1.
Yeah, I would hope not anyway. I don't think anybody wants to go anywhere near Picado or Los Leones for sure. But we'll see as the circle does cut up to the north. So not too terrible. Still 100% playable. You can make your long wrapping rotation paths if you need to. But so I guess the question on this one, Toffees, really is what kind of hard shift are we going to see? We've seen some brutal stuff taking place that's really kind of sent the lobby into a spin.
I think it's also going to be interesting because INSK and BO up on top are both teams that are playing kind of really north on these loot cycles. And I wonder if that's going to affect rotations for teams that traditionally, like Liquid, would make a very long northern rotation around the outside. And I think that might backfire with the way that some of our teams are playing far more north. I mean, we even have a player in Campo Militar. Like, it's been a minute since I saw one loot there. Saw anybody loot there, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, we get a couple that kind of dance around that area, but it's an old South American drop that we often saw come in. Was it Mira or somebody else that used to do it? I can't recall exactly, but you are right. I do also want to give a shout out to Chapinski's. I mean, I do like the way they play. They're not flashy. You were kind of talking about it with Poro coming into this one. They're a team that I've enjoyed watching. They're not necessarily fully, like, I guess, gelled together. They still got some stuff that they like have to figure out. But they're also a squad that kind of surprises you sometimes. Not necessarily the full underdog style situation, but they manage to do a good job on just figuring out how they want to navigate it. Bolivia as well, going to be mirroring that just off the side like you're talking about. These are two squads that are trying to make something happen in situations that we haven't necessarily seen. As Bolivia is not necessarily a country we get a chance to talk about having a competitive scene very often.
It is not. So hopefully they continue to do well. And as the circle prepares to close, that closes my time with you. I'm going to turn it over to you, gentlemen, to finish this out. Take us through the Dusty Dunes. Once again, Porosaurus and Matchup.
Hey, now.
You're an all-star?
Sure, why not? Hey, look, Chapinski, you guys are rating Chapinski's maybe a little bit higher than I am. But, all things considered, they were only 1 point away from making the grand final last time around. They finished in 6th on day 2 last time. So maybe there is something there. Oh,
I just enjoy watching them. They do very interesting stuff.
Fair enough. Well, they do have some known names in there, and one of which technically I'm really hoping they don't do something good and crazy because damn, I'm not going to be able to say his name because it's what's the best way to put it?
Difficult.
What are your thoughts on that player, Matt?
Problematic is the.
Give me a breakdown of your top 4 I Am Bolivia players.
Yeah, I mean it's sometimes you gotta just work around Bad's name. It's intriguing, but I mean, hey, look, you gotta own it, right? If you know you have problems, if he comes out and he pops off and he kills everybody, imagine how bad you have to feel if you die to a name like that.
Fair enough. Look, I'd be the first one to get. He'd probably light my butt up, but well, who knows? Well, last breath. Meanwhile, dead center playing around Hacienda Patron. Now, this is the problem with being dead center on a circle like this: is you're gonna have friends and they're gonna arrive quickly. So you better be ready to defend yourself. And it looks like for now, at least 55, they were kind of looking over in that direction, but looks like Last Breath will survive for the time being as we check back in with Liquid down in Los Leones.
This is one of those circles that always feels like it's going to go water treatment. I don't know what it is, the pool to water treatment, the God compounds that are just going to be to the west of it, the trench that plays around it.
I'm with you.
But we also do have Minas Generalis that's still in here. We still have Death Star Trench. Cruda Valle is still there. San Martin, the hillside's going all the way into Power Grid. There's a lot of fun stuff that's still accessible to play, but there's also a lot of stuff that anybody can get into the circle for free. So I wouldn't expect them too big of gatekeeps. I do find it interesting right now that we do have Falcons that have gone west from Picado into Monte Nuevo, and that
is interesting considering the road from Picado to Hacienda, like that. I mean, obviously that's where you would figure. I wonder what it is that push them off of that rotation. Maybe Godlike. Maybe they're thinking that Godlike did kind of give them a little bit of pressure yesterday playing from that high ground. So maybe this is Falcons just kind of adapting to what they've seen from other teams in the lobby.
I feel like it might be just due to the hillside that we see that comes down from Power Grid that's really hard to traverse. So instead of having to deal with it, we were talking about like this often pulls to water treatment. instead of cross all that, deal with Hacienda, maybe they're trying to go for a more northern wrap and they're betting on the water treatment style situation as well. I don't consider that to be a bad gamble because it's almost being mirrored just to the side of it, as we do have Rent Free that's leaving Power Grid just in front of them.
Yeah, I think it also maybe you're thinking about the plane path and you're thinking, okay, the west side is going to be pretty free, the north side probably going to be pretty empty as well. So maybe we play this circle from the north going down. I don't know. Regardless, it feels like it's a pretty good decision being made there. But we see Team Fate again. They've got the high ground over Minas. They've got some friends there in New Gen All Stars and Affinity right below them, so we'll see if they stick around or if they will make their way in, as we're seeing a little goat-like behavior from young Jam. But oh no, Stokely, Jam, this is not the time for the revolver play again.
I was afraid that there for a second that Jam was just going to send it off the side of the mountain and might take some damage in the fall. Some retaliation shots going back as we are full on Twisted Mind strategies right now coming up from Jam. He's got vision for days all the way over into anything that he wants to see. It's going to be water treatment off in the distance as he wants injected, just kind of make their rotate. Don't forget the fact that we did mention that Falcons are going to be wrapping over here as well. Wit also has 2 other players that are rotating over here. Where are the other ones?
That's a great question. That's a great question. Next question.
Team Liquid, where do they go? They can go anywhere they want.
Honestly, yeah. Again, kind of cutting back to what we were talking about in game 1, a lot different today in that teams are going for these big wide 2-2 splits.
Look at this. Rent Free's Jam is actually doing enough harassment to allow a reposition coming up for Rent Free. They're kind of stealing this away and forcing Injected away from this compound. This is all just off of scouting. This is pretty efficient and clean PUBG right now. Not flashy, just very smart.
And just forcing Injected to pull away from their split. And looks like they're getting a little bit of assistance from Collector as well. So Injected will just play 4 deep in the compound. And at the end of the day, that's fine. That's pretty much what teams were doing yesterday. And that's kind of what I was touching on, was that yesterday it seemed like we were seeing a lot more teams play very, very cautious, putting 4 inside 1 compound, opting against those information gathering splits. But today it seems to be a little bit different.
Oh no, Marcis, you stopped. There's only the 2. The other ones are still down next to Chumacera. So Marcis is trying to scout. Falcons stopped because they heard the shots coming out from Rent Free. Marcis is going to now just take a face full lead. He's going to go down. And Enzito, what do you do? Because you now know that this is gate kept. But also Falcons, now you have to deal with Rent Free, who's going to be repositioning to try to see if they can stop any movement coming out from the Falcons.
European sniper behavior there from Gustav. Everybody knows the Danes. Just can't trust them. But good stuff from him. Rent Free, obviously Jam still with the high ground. Falcons will go ahead. And it looks like they're just going to pull everybody down in that compound, and why not? Yeah, just wait and see what the next circle does provide. We do have 1 E pickup that's been popped by I Am Bolivia going from north to south. So we'll see if they end up taking that, or, they are going to be staying right where they're at. Goodness gracious, hard north shift.
Man, we get.
You did say water treatment.
Yeah, water treatment's still going to be in play. We still have the trench, so Injected's going to have that. Pest Control looks like they're making a mad dash over to water treatment. They're probably going to get the high side of it, while Godlike's probably going to get the lower sections, specifically over into the east. It's very easily defendable over there, but not from each other. So Pest Control and Godlike could be kind of bumping heads for a little while. A lot of squads now going to be crossing the fields just to the southeast of water treatment. Bolivia is going to be the squad that was kind of defending it up, while we've got Chapinski's Last Breath, Collector, all just roaming through there. Other side of what's going to be going on with the road is going to be Tempest trying to regroup. Fate's going to be back behind them, and 55 coming into the south. That means that we still have Team Liquid, Wit, AFI, Falcons, and Rent Free all needing to get into the circle, while good old Pest Control, they are going to be bumping heads just like we call.
Yeah, and they're going to call in support over here as well. So it's going to be a full 4v4 between Godlike and Pest Control, 2 big heavy hitters in this lobby. Godlike leading the way there. LFP with the Panzerfaust in hand. He's going to get his off before Joshy can. But there is another one in the hands of Hot and Spicy. So Godlike does need to be careful about how they do this. Hot and Spicy, how sneaky can you be? Coming around from the side, we'll find one. Tony will go down, but Hot and Spicy going to take half his health in the process.
Hey, that's a fair trade, given how close that was. I almost thought Hot and Spicy was going to knock himself. Fan around the outside is going to get the shot directly on to finish that one out. Now on, how are we going to play this one out? Because this is kind of stalled out. Both squads doing a lot of damage to each other. K-Mine and Comp on the other side. But we still have Fana and LFP up for Godlike.
And it got K-Mined and one of the hot new youngsters, Conf, will take a spot. Oh no, the flash. He sprays him through it. Great work there from Fana. And now it's all down to Conf in a 1v2. Fana holding the line, going to get him down to half HP. Going to go for that push immediately. Conf was waiting for it. Nice shots from him, but it's not going to be enough. Good work there from Godlike to clean up the fight. Now the question, Matt, can they get the blue chips? Can they get their guys back at this point? There's not, I mean,
there's a beacon.
There's a beacon. Yeah, I guess they could do it.
I mean,
why not?
Should be only just a couple minutes. They should be fine.
I mean,
look, they don't have to go far.
But you're talking about a dead center revive beacon, and that's going to let anybody and everybody that's around, and you still got all those teams that are rotating. It's going to let them know that you're in there and that you are not full squad. So, I mean, you got to go for it, though. I think you have to.
I would think so, because I mean, we might have to keep an eye. It looks like maybe Fana doesn't want to stick around just in case somebody decides to crash while they're going for these reses. That's not necessarily the worst call. It's going to put it pretty close to New Gen All-Stars. Falcons actually opted into a very northern rotate. That's going to put them back up next to Injected yet again, who's running a full 4-man split all the way down from the very tip top of the north down in the outskirts of Crew de Valle and gets them touching over next to Tempest.
Yeah, I like this from Falcon. I think this was always the plan to make this far northern rotate, and they just kind of got stopped up a little bit, taking some shots at some open players and managed to collect a point off of it. It's going to pull just away from water treatment. Water treatment will remain in, but that makes that revive a little bit even more dangerous now, as right on the edge you see Rent Free is already starting to pull over, and they might be looking.
Where else is Rent Free really going to go? Those hillsides are going to be a lot more complicated to climb than dealing with water treatment. 55 kind of thinking the same thing. They want to go for the road very close. Temp is still looking at Plushie. Plushie's doing a little bit of a dance on the top, while AFI is going to be bumping into Team Liquid. They roll back down the hill, and this is going to be Crew de Valle all the way over into the east. We have left the church behind, and it's just going to be that western side of the road. Give us somebody to play around. I don't think that AFI is going to go too hot after this, as they still got a couple of players right along the edge down to the south. So mostly just going to be regroups. I am kind of caught on what's going on with Wit and 55, though, as this is a bit awkward, as we do have Godlike also trying to make their landfall.
Yeah, he had 3 players in that helicopter, 2 from Godlike, 1 from Wit, and it looks like Godlike should be able to land and retrieve their gear, as Rent Free, they opted instead to play that high ground. As he said, Honey Badger does go down, so they'll be able to get him back on his feet, but that's going to allow Godlike to land here, as we see I Am Bolivia now trying to defend their central location, as Last Breath getting a little too close.
This is a great compound, and if you hit the shots, you can do some damage. So Fury going to go ahead and get a kill for Bolivia. Nice setup on that, presently sitting in 9th place. Remember, it is going to be the top 5 to go forward, so every single point is going to matter. Bolivia feeling good in this compound, now forcing Last Breath right up next to New Gen All-Stars. That's running a 3-1 split with Iga very far to the north, so have to see how this set up and if it can manage to drop the nades right on top of Last Breath.
And they should know that that's Last Breath as well, as they see the kill feed. Last Breath losing 1 in the process. But the problem is if you're New Gen All-Stars, this compound is just too strong. You're not going to be overly aggressive trying to push in there. And I Am Bolivia, they're actually going to try to do a little mortaring here. Viri with 4 in the chamber, going to get the call out from his teammates, although his teammates are kind of looking around everywhere else. He doesn't have a scout form on this.
I mean, I'm trying to do the mental math on it. He's looking like he's got it pretty set. I don't know the exact distance, but this is also going to be a bit awkward as it's right next to that hillside. So you're going to have to hit it near on perfect.
Oh!
Otherwise it's going to go, but God! Okay! Bolivia! Well done!
Go ahead, Viri. You got them. You're doing the good math over there, and yeah, he's like, okay, yeah, I got him dialed in now. Let's send a couple more over. Why not? Just in case, see what we can get. as the rest of the Bolivia boys now looking over in that direction as well to see if they can maybe catch these guys as they're running around to try to avoid these next couple of mortars that are coming in. One gonna go a little bit too far, and the other one again too far. So Last Breath will survive, and now they have the burning husks of their vehicles to use as cover alongside a nice big ditch dug by those mortars.
All right, well, now it's going to get really weird because New Gen All-Stars has that high compound. He is going to try to regroup, but look at everybody external from this. Bolivia's positioning is going to be quite strong on everything that's going to be due north of them. There are a couple of ridges to play, but a lot of these squads are just going to have to go full-on firefight mode. Rent-Free also does have some high ground that they're dealing with while they're taking a couple of shots at the Falcons, who still have to get in position, but really can't move too much further forward due to the way that this is all set. And of course, down to the south, we're going to have everybody start kind of trying to collect any kills that they can find. Wit going to be stuck over here, caught between two different squads, most notably Godlike, as well as what's going to be going on with Collector on the other side. So, I mean, Wit, what do? You're just going to have to brute force it on very minimal pathing options.
Yeah, and the problem for them is that it seems like they're kind of locked in on Collector, but the biggest problem for both of these squads is that Godlike is just sitting over there. Rent-Free is sitting over there, as you said, like Rent-Free on the high ground, Godlike on the low. So no matter what happens out of this fight, both of these teams are going to be getting third-partied here shortly. It looks like Wit's just going to avoid Collector altogether and just use that opportunity to get position here as Fate will find Zaloti. Nice shot there with the arm from Tim Fee.
Slow pacing coming out right now from Fate. They don't want to overextend, but they've got to try to get into the circle a lot faster. Team Liquid also getting caught up in the Cruda Valle style situation with Tempest. Looks like he's already got a lot of that under control. Injected is trying to third party, so that's going to be a bit dicier. I don't know. Dad Buff doesn't want to overextend on this one, but yeah, I think that this is going to be a lot more crucial of a firefight because this is going to give control over the east.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal stuff. Trying to leave this compound, as you said, Injected, just kind of surrounding this, looking on all eyes as they're actually going to get a bunch of knocks there on Tempest. I think Tempest is pretty much done for here, Team Liquid. The only good news is that Fate wrapping on the south side of AFI is actually going to open up a little bit of time here for Liquid to try to get the res and get moving again. Nice shots there from Ducky, though we'll get the knock on a flanker.
Team Liquid went a little bit too far south, and that's made it a lot more complicated. Now Tater just trying to push his way forward. Blue Zone on top of him. Does get the knock onto Mizbo. Just wants to get whatever kills he can, but are we going to see Ducky go for the peak? Tempest does get eliminated, but Ducky doesn't know exactly where to throw. Blue Zone's going to be doing enough. Couple of shots to finish it all out. And in Topinski's just send it right into Collector. They got goals, man, and they are going to find those kills.
Boy, oh boy, the kill feed lighting up like a Christmas tree right here as now Alo and the rest of the boys are knocked and down. Luke 12, the last one remaining, and it looks like he is just collecting meds from his teammates at this point. So Team Liquid once again just get caught up in a fight on the edge of zone that just lasts a little bit too long. And so they will get their kills and move on.
Poor Last Breath. They're going to have PTSD after this game, man. It's just mortar upon mortar going after them. This is going to be the Falcon side now. Falcons don't have too many options. They can push down the hillside and have to deal with Last Breath, but that makes them vulnerable to Injected as well as probably Bolivia's position in just one moment. If they push the high side of the hill, that means that they have to do with New Gen All-Stars as well as Rent-Free. Godlike's still going to have a little bit of their compound in, but what it takes as well as Chapinski's got to get in the zone, and Bolivia does have to regroup a little bit, but I mean, most of the other squads feeling pretty comfy.
All right, we'll see if Tig's fishing will yield any results. A little bit short. That one just a little bit off center, unfortunately. So he's getting fed the information over from the boys, and unfortunately the boys just a little bit off. Maybe only have one shoe on.
That's the big brain. He's just like, no, I'll just take the shot and watch and see where it lands and go back and do it again.
Either that, he's like, I don't trust my teammates to tell me the right distance.
Maybe. But, all right, Last Breath. You've managed to handle, I don't know, 30,000 mortars going at you at this point. Now you have to deal with Injected right up on top of you. Injected, though, you have a problem, and that is going to be Falcons, who are now kind of defending Last Breath.
Well, the good thing for Injected is that Falcons can't really push in over the top of this hill too much, because then you've got New Gen All-Stars. You see the position that they're dealing with, and they'll be completely exposed if they go too high. Injected going to send the rest of the team in, but I and Bolivia are right behind them. So the east side's still lighting up despite the fact that it's down to just 2 teams.
There's not a lot of space to really negotiate with other squads around you over into the east either, as Chapinski's going to have some vision. Wit's trying to make their rotate, and it's just going to be who takes the pieces from them right now, as Godlike looks like they're going to get the lion's share of it. Falcons getting closer and closer to last breath, and they want these kills. No. Nade's going to low right on top of him. Nowhere to go. Dip, though, does bounce it away. Just Blazer going down, and now last breath. You might be on your last breath as the nades are starting to roll right on top of you. At least good shots coming up from Danny. Follow-up does get knock on Robert. Now it is just Danny up against all the Falcons. He's going to go down.
Yeah, nicely done there from Falcons. Danny tried his best, but yeah, New Gen All-Stars leaving their compound over here. They saw that knock come through on the kickstart and immediately went for the press as Shrimsy down to 6 HP. Iga trying to peek up over the top, but good defense done by Gustav. So Falcons protecting their teammates, but it's not going to be enough as Shrimsy and Gustav go down.
And now Injected going for a bit of a backstab onto the Falcons. Everybody wanting a piece of him as Falcons down to just Tig. All of New Gen All-Stars in front of him. All of Injected back behind him, and there is just nowhere to go. Blue Zone's going to be doing enough work with the explosions around him. Now Injected, you have to deal with the high ground control that New Gen All-Stars has got. Well, it's going to be Bolivia taking pot shots at your butt while you go up the hillside. That's not going to feel too good.
That's really nice work from New Gen All-Stars, and they should be able to reset completely as well. They now have complete control over this high ground. The only other team that's even up there is Rent Free, but they're keeping eyes on the south side, keeping eyes on Godlike leaving their compound as What It Takes will get eliminated.
Godlike makes a pretty big push to get into a decent position. 12 finally goes down. Team Liquid gets eliminated. Chapinski's got to fight their way into 55 or Godlike. Rent Free's got vision up on top, so it's going to be mostly old school, as we've got New Gen All-Stars and Rent Free with all the vision in the world, and they actually own about 75% of the circle. All the other squads got to stack up on top of each other in the low ground and just deal with constant harassment, unless maybe Injected can find some way to flank around and get up in the face of New Gen All-Stars.
Yeah, or unless New Gen All-Stars and Rent Free become aware of each other and start fighting each other, but right now it seems like they're going to share that spot safely for the time being, but Chapinski's with the backfill. They're going to catch 55 by surprise. Massive work here from Oracle, from Piero. They get the knocks, they get the flushes. One left alive for 55. He's down. Massive for Chapinski's as they're up to 9 kills.
Just keep on climbing. Chapinski's presently in 4th place. 16 points so far in just a game and a half. That's going to feel pretty good. Should be able to get the res as well. New Gen All-Stars having to deal with this Injected push time and time again, just causing problems, and Plushy finds Balefrost as well. This is getting a lot more complex than the New Gen All-Stars were expecting it to be. Plushy still playing around the low side of it. It's going to have a couple of smokes thrown down. Deny the angle. Actually, make that explosions throw down right next to him, but doesn't go down. The bar going to be enough and big enough to cause problems for Shinboy, not being able to chase him down fast enough.
I actually love this from Injected. This is a winning play. They only devote half of their team to it, though. They left Choppy on the low ground, so Plushy, I think, is actually going to pull away. But big work. If they would have won that fight, if they could have taken down New Gen All-Stars, they could have had a great shot for the late game here, but looks like they maybe got pulled a little bit in 2 different directions.
Choppy just trying to get the points, but there's going to be revealed on one side. Get some damage out, but it's going to be very on the other side. Bolivia now has a really decent chunk that they can get control over, but Chapinski's, here's that firefight. Looks like they're going to be moving to the same hill. They want a piece of it. Injected's Plushy, now all by his lonesome, just continue to cause problems for New Gen All-Stars, but he can't get a kill. Everybody down in the low ground appreciates the work, though, because it has been a reprieve and allowed some movements to come while the new circle has popped, and New Gen All-Stars finally has to move a bit more close to that road.
Yeah. What might have been there for Injected, and New Gen All-Stars got to be wiping the sweat off their brow there. The double knock was looking a little bit dicey, but they're able to completely reset up to 4 kills now. They still have the high ground. They'll move a little bit further south, but the problem is that Rent Free now looking over in that direction as well. So we'll see what happens there as Chapinski's continues their reign of terror.
You can see that Rent Free has this like super high ground peninsula that's going to be, there's going to be a big ravine that leads down into New Gen All-Stars just to the north. That's why these 2 squads haven't really been scrapping. The setup for it isn't too good. New Gen All-Stars and the way that they're playing with that high ground points, they do have to get a little bit closer. It is foot pushable, but it's going to be closer on the side what we're going to be looking at with Bizzler right now. Whenever we look more a bit to the right of the screen, that's going to be where the bigger section of the trench comes into play and makes it a lot more complicated. Godlike's still going to be in circle, and in their own circles that they have created to try to get away from what was going on with the Chapinskys and Rent Free of all teams.
Just going to live, survive. They've already got 6 kills, so the points are there. Let's see if we can survive and maybe get to the late game and see if we can make some magic happen as a duo. I think that's what's going through the heads of Godlike right now. I'm curious to see what the next move for Bolivia is going to be. They've still got 4 alive, but they are playing from that eastern side, which is going to be about to be a really dangerous proposition.
Yeah, we saw them kind of entrenching themselves on the hillside. I still don't know how I feel about kind of doing those like high incline dig-ins with the pickaxe. Because, yeah, it gets you out of sight line so nobody can shoot you. But, like, one of the big benefits of playing those high-rise inclines is the fact that nades will often roll past your feet. And if you make a cubby for it, now it's just going to land right on top of you if it's thrown well. So it's a mixed blessing. It's kind of like a paper, rock, scissors style situation. You get to dodge the bullets, but it makes the nades so much scarier. Feels like there is a bit of balance with the pickaxe in that regard.
It is true, and Chapinskys has been scrapping this whole time, so they've probably managed to collect at least a little bit more utility off of loot boxes. Even though they're down to 3, they could be very dangerous here in the late game as we wait and see where the next circle is going to go. Are New Gen All-Stars going to have to leave their compound? I think that's what everybody's waiting for right now.
Oh, one last circle shift, and it keeps a little bit of New Gen All-Stars, but rent-free. Feeling good. Those little holes that you've been digging, Godlike, not going to be good enough, but you can at least maybe get to that rock cropping right underneath of rent-free, provided Chapinskys has to move, which they do. And then we also do have Bolivia that has to move. But this road is going to be the point that everybody's looking at, right? As Chapinskys and Bolivia have this hillside that they're fighting amongst each other from, it's going to move directly into a low ground open road that we're looking at right there. That is horrible to deal with.
Yeah, no, that's going to be brutal. Rent Free is obviously just vibing right now, just waiting this one out to see if they can put themselves in position to win. Meanwhile, Bolivia, they've sent Viri on the low ground, but that means it's just going to be 3v3 if they have to take this fight with Chapinskys. And both teams look like they're thinking, okay, we kind of have to fight each other because if we are the first one to send it down, then we'll just get lit up by everybody. But that's going to slow things down there as Nazera gets knocked by Finna.
I mean, where can you even go at this point? Just kind of juking around Rent Free, and the way that they're trying to keep this position is they're on an island up in the sky, and everybody else is just having to fight around it. It often feels more like we're looking at a heaven fight on Erangel on the way that this is placed. Chapinskys realize that they're just going to have to make the commitment under the Bolivia side of this.
Free doing their best. They've got a little bit of utility left in the bag, and they'll send it down over there and see if they can get down Godlike before the smokes do. But Chapinski's actually going to get a couple, so now 12 kills for them as they continue to find points here early on.
Now Viri, no options. He's got to go right up along the side of what's going on with New Gen All-Stars, but good shot's going to come up from Gas and the rest of the crew. Chapinskys put up a great fight, but they do go down, but not before touching that third place position. New Gen All-Stars in first place, stacking the kills right now, but on the other side, Rent Free trying to set up a climb of their own, and a ravine between the two of them is going to be where our center dot is at, and this is going to be really weird because both squads have to move from high ground positions.
And also, both squads kind of low on the utility right now as Finna, oh no, he tries to retreat and they just give it up. I think New Gen All-Stars realized that they had no shot and they will not give Rent Free the points. What a deny there from them. But again, Rent Free, they started off the day looking really strong and they end up getting the big win here in game number 2, albeit a little bit for free.
That was a very weird ending that sometimes, you just don't like the IGL call. So you got to make sure that you just wipe out the squad instead. Right, Talkie?
Give him the Bizzler. That's what I say. Mullet or no mullet, the man frags as they come out with the win, Rent Free. But all the teams impressed me. Chapinski, we talked about them at the start of the game. They popped off with some good fights, kills. We talked about the boys who did so well in the last one, come out and do a really good one. Again, I just am blown away by how these players are stepping up and saying, yes, the famous teams are the famous teams, but we don't believe that that's the end of it all. We're willing to take those fights. We're willing to win them. And we're willing to come out ahead over and over and over again. It's fun to watch.
It is fun to watch, isn't it? And you know what? Like, look, I know that there's going to be differing opinions, let's say, about what New Gen All-Stars does there at the end. But remember, guys, this is a 5-game set. Only 5 games. So if you are completely out of utility, completely out of smoke, you know that you have no chance in hell of getting to that late game or trying to get the win there. You're just going to be donating points over to a team that you actually respect and that you're kind of afraid of in Rent Free. There's no reason to give those points. So I have no problems with what New Gen All-Stars does there. And right now they're in first place, so why not?
Yeah, I mean, if you're staring down the barrel of a Gats, a Honey Badger, a Jam, and a Bizzler, keep as many points away from them as you possibly can. 100% respect that. Chapinski's, like we said, 12 kills, 16 points, looking good. And New Gen All-Stars, one of the other teams that we talked about after the last game, comes out and plays well. It looks like we got some new hitters in the crew. Matchroom?
Yeah, I mean, Chapinski's, respect. One of the things I like about you guys is you're not playing scared. That often happens with a lot of these squads. They're like, oh no, it's the Falcons. Oh no, it's this. These guys are like, nah, we can frag up against them, just like you're talking about. 12 kills on the round for them. Big 16-point game. This is going to make this whole overall leaderboard a really intriguing. It's New Gen All-Stars, Falcons, Rent Free, Chapinski's, then finally Godlike, I Am Bolivia, and then Team Liquid. What is going on, man?
Rough circles.
Yeah, well,
fun circles.
But you can't.
But
you can't use again. You can't use. Nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Yep. Like nobody at all. You've got 5 games. You got to find a way to make something happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't be mad because I drew a Black Lotus. RNG happens, man. At the end of the day, you got to make it work. Team Liquid at 10 points, coming off the back of finishing so well in the finals last weekend, is worrisome. That said, even if they don't bounce back, they get to come back tomorrow because we wiped the slate clean again for a second time. Let's look at a head-to-head. INSK, Chapinski's with a great logo versus Rent Free Matt in the head-to-head. Rent Free did a lot of damage.
Dude, Rent Free versus Chapinski's for our head-to-head? Yeah, let's look at
this. Just like
one.
Everybody predicted.
I mean, yeah, sure. Chapinski's well done. As you do have to say, okay, Rent Free, New Gen All-Stars, they had good positioning, but that's also, you read that circle, and if it's coming that direction, great. Chapinski's, though, they had a bloodbath that they had to kind of inflict on the lobby around them just to get into points. So well done on the side of that one. But this is, I am a little sad that we did not get to see the push down the hillside for the firefight. I know it's smart, but I don't remember the last time we saw an end game that was in a bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And the bowl only got deeper with every grenade that was tossed, which was also fascinating to watch. As we watch, look at the side-by-side of Chapinski's Oracle versus Gats. Gats very familiar with. Oracle, new and exciting to watch. I also want to bring this up, and I noticed it in that game. Mortar play seems to be changing for O, because in the old days, when it was time to go to those final circle crashes, you would see like Tig set up and just sort of lob some mortars out there to sort of even soften up a team or maybe just try something out. But it's like, well, you're not going to use it when you close. But now it's creating cover for the team that you're trying to mortar. And I feel like that's created, honestly, way less mortaring in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're thinking about late game, I mean, we saw Godlike kind of try to do it where they were mortaring Falcons, but I feel like they were also considering doing mortars on that south side just to give themselves a place to push to, right? But in the end, it didn't end up working out for them in game 1, obviously. But yeah, I think you got to kind of consider all these different factors that destructible terrain has kind of put a little asterisk on. So you got to kind of keep all these things in mind, especially in late game situations like you're talking about.
I do think we should consider that. So, Matchroom, let's consider that as we take a short break and come back for game number 3.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. keeping peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Top 5 one shot.
We are back, and it's time to get into game number 3. We're not halfway. It's hard to say halfway through because it's a 5-game series, but it's close enough that I could start to say this is the moment when you got to make the moves. Only 5 teams get to advance, and this is close enough to half for an American to get on board with that. So, let's talk about what we need to see, Matchroom, from these teams as we move into the latter half of our day. Is everybody living up to expectation? What do you need to see out of these guys? Give me something to look forward to here.
I know we've been talking about, like, with the shorter form that, like, getting a big game or a win is important. But yeah, whenever we see, like, the top 8 to into the top 5, I feel like consistency is really the thing. If you can find ways to get kills and at least stay in keeping about, like, 5 to 6 points, you're still going to be able to pop off when you do get that big game. You're going to feel like you've managed to get yourself into a good position and probably qualified. The problem with it is the fact that we've seen a lot of squads start to realize that and instead getting a lot scrappier and going for firefights, man. And it is turning real brutal for some of these squads that thought it would be a much easier path.
We'll find out how easy the path is this time. The plane's going to head north to south, relatively in the middle, and so we should see a very large spread of just about everyone. Now, if I remember the circle here, was it yesterday, Poro, where it was like shockingly south, or was that the next map? I don't remember which one.
That was very, very far south yesterday.
It was
You
here,
are
right?
Correct.
Yeah,
you
it's
are.
the kind of circle that makes you say, oh, yang.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's a different song am dance. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think if you're looking at that top 5 cut line right now, Godlike on the in that 5th place position at 21 points. Now, last time around, hot drop. Never mind. I'll get back to it, Matt. You got this.
Well, look, it's like a lukewarm drop that's now turned into a hot drop. It looked like they were just trying to go for the car, and then suddenly it's like, no, wait, we're committing. No, we're not committing. We're just kind of stuck here. And the biggest problem for it is now just going to be one of the players for 55 all by his lonesome. And it's going to be Gabri, as doesn't even have a helmet and is now going to be stuck with a ton of friends around him. And this is a very aggressive Olivia. So I don't know. This is going to be hard. Like, you're going to have to hit shots with the SMG.
Neither of these teams want this. I mean, for different reasons. 55 has 1 point on the day so far. I Am Bolivia had an awful first week, and they are right within spitting distance of the top 5. They've had a couple of decent games so far. Good one last game, and they would love to be able to keep collecting points, and they will do so right there, at least to start things off here. Is now 55 just going to try to escape, and yeah. All right, so 1 point picked up for I Am Bolivia. That's great news for them, and I think, yeah, like we were saying, neither team really wanted to take that fight, right?
So it is 32, 29, 21, 21, 21, 21, and then it drops down to 11.
21, so 21, 21, 21.
This is a bit of a cut line that we've got starting to establish itself, especially whenever we're looking at the top 5. So Olivia and Team Liquid are going to be the closest to that one, but it's still going to be a pretty big climb. As we do have a circle that's going to be around centered Kong Nuing situation, but then we also do have some of that eastern wall that's going to eat up some of the play zone, and that is becoming more of a reoccurring topic. Is this circle is really open. I really I don't know, what is it with these circles just wanting to cut out terrain and not allow people to have space to play?
We're just gonna completely breeze past the fact that Gustav has come to Americas and just whipping out the bolty on us. Is that what we have to look forward to? And it's going to be I Am Bolivia again. So they just cannot seem to avoid this early game confrontation so far, as Kickstart and the rest of the boys continue to push in there. Come on, more, Gustav. One more. He's done 151 damage so far.
Yeah, that second shot hit as the vehicle just crossed the top of the hillside. So
sheesh.
In an intriguing situation, we have Renfrey that's already got their loot situation going for the circle already. I think that's kind of a symptom of what we're looking at. Not a lot of people wanting to hang back on these circles anymore, wanting to get in position early and literally entrench themselves. Dig as much as you can.
Yeah, it's funny that we've always used that term, entrench themselves, but now you can literally do that with pickaxe in hand. But one of the teams I've got my eyes, Team Liquid, actually making their way to dead center there. They've got the 2-2 split between high and low ground. Actually, no, looks like a compound, 2 compounds. So not a bad start here for Liquid, as they've got some moves to make. 10 points through 2 games, not too shabby, but as we said, that cut line is going to keep getting further and further away. Now, the point I was trying to make before we were so rudely interrupted by a hot drop is now being rudely interrupted by I Am Bolivia putting 4 deep in a porter. What are we doing, Ghost? That is the easiest double he's going to get.
I'm not even necessarily mad. I'm more sad for Bolivia because it's just been right off the start. What do you even do? You can't get your loot situated. There's nowhere to go. It feels like everybody in the lobby is picking on you, and you're finally starting to get some momentum. At least you do find a compound, but, well, I mean, a building, not even a full compound, because the rest of the compound belongs to Affinity.
Bolivia getting cyberbullied right now. They just can't seem to get out of anybody's way right now. But that being said, they did try to send it into the middle of a city, and they went pretty deep in. So they could kind of be asking for it here. But Zaloti gonna take out his own teammate there. Sometimes you just miss the window, Matt.
Yeah, I've never done that before. Never. And not even anything that's going on. But hey, guess what? We've got Wit that's over here. Well, one of the players for Wit and one of the players for Collector. So we've got a full party that's starting to brew over here. And poor Bolivia, of course, in the middle of it. As I don't know what is going on, but Bolivia is just having, there's the thing called circle luck. Yeah, But what is it whenever everywhere you go, there's like 15 squads that all want to kill you?
Just an absolute murderer's row coming in here on the southeastern side of Kangwa. But yeah, somebody brought it up in the chat. You always want to make sure, even if you're in TPP, put yourself in FPP when you're throwing those grenades, because you just don't know where it's going to go. Nazera, last one left alive. We'll find some damage there as Affinity is going to finish off that boy from I Am Bolivia. And well done there from Affinity. 4 kills picked up there. Nice start for them as they will climb up the leaderboard. Now tied with Team Liquid.
2 of those were on like 2 people that were stacked inside of a porter. Affinity, you want my respect. You've now got to deal with Wit, Collector, and Team Liquid. Team Liquid running a 2-1-1 now has just kind of usurped some of the position back behind Affinity. Collector is running a full 2-1-1 as well, leading into the lower section. Wit's just going to be on the other side of it with Sneak Attack pretty close to Kong Nuing, and then they have 2 that are closer to the north, while Lucid's just right up against the zone wall. This is just weird, dude. Like, that's all I could really say. These rotations, the way that this is all kind of stacked up, I haven't even had a chance to talk. Yeah, okay, it's got both the hillsides around Kong Nuing that's in play. It's got the fields up around airport, blah, 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 blah. But this is a very centered circle just because everything else is very field-laden. And we often feel like these hills are just magnets for the circle.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And to be fair, just like the whole vibe, I'm big on vibes. I'm a vibe guy. You might not have noticed, but the whole vibe of today just feels different than yesterday. Yesterday, it felt like everybody was being very cautious. Just play it slow. All we got to do is get top 8. Let's, not try to take any early game fights. Try to get the late game, do what we can. Today feels a lot more aggressive, and teams are running into each other early. They're committing to fights instead of pulling away. A lot of that, obviously, the
New Gen All-Stars, wrong neighborhood. Is Injected going to defend this? What? They get that away? Okay. I thought that was going to be a bigger firefight. Sorry, Boro.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes Injected just going to let... Well, I guess they didn't really have everybody there, right? So, I mean, they're going to be aware that they're there, that the number team is in there. And I'm actually kind of surprised to see New Gen All-Stars play this since it's so off-center, but... I don't know, whatever. Kang Nguyen still dead center. Falcons still trying to fight their way in. Who are they looking at? They're looking at Rent Free. They are our westernmost team right now.
Falcons just doing a little bit of peekaboo on the squads around them. And that's not too much movement. Okay, so the reason why there's not a lot of firefighting is because of these 2 big hillsides, right? Kang Nguyen is going to be where everybody's kind of playing around. Then there's the big hill to the west that kind of creates an isolation barrier zone. And then there's going to be the hillside that 55's playing that creates another isolation barrier zone. Then we've got all the fields that are going to kind of create these big, huge gaps between a couple of the squads and the way that they're going to be set. And then we've got airport. Everything right now has got what? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about to probably be 7, maybe even 8 squads all around Kang Nguyen. And that's it. Everybody else is just kind of splattered across the map in different areas.
A lot of it, I guess, having to do as a kind of a side byproduct of the early game fighting, right? You're leaving a lot more open area, but all these teams sending it in pretty early. Now, again, you still got, 25-30% of this circle that's outside of playable area. So a lot of teams are really opting to press right up against that wall on the eastern side. A lot more than I was expecting to see, Matt.
Yeah, I don't even know if Godlike really wants to do this. Is more they're stuck there based off of that Collector split, but now they're going to have to deal with Tempest coming in back behind them, maybe even Last Breath as well. So, Godlike, you've got your backs up against the wall. That means that you've got safety. Nobody can flank you from that direction, but that means that your backs are up against a wall whenever you have 3 squads, potentially 4 that could be coming after you. This is now back over to good old Kang Nguyen, and it is going to be Team Liquid with just that foothold, just that one player. That's a confident play coming up from Team Liquid. They're like, nah, we can cover. We can keep it all in the circle.
Look at that.
There's a little bit of it in play.
Okay, there you go, Falcons fans. You get dead center circle on C2 shift. got to be happy about something, right? It's only C2, obviously, so things could change, but hard shift away from that eastern wall. And remember, we were just saying, look at how many teams are playing all the way over there on the east. So all those teams are now going to have to make their way through each other and all that hilly terrain. So they're going to be right next to each other, Matt, and they could run into each other and start some fights. So we'll have to make decisions about, do you pull off or do you commit?
Yeah, we've got a mini Miramar kind of brewing here is the easiest way to look at it. Is Team Liquid's got the foothills leading into a hillside. Then we've got the Gangneung hillside that's just to the west of it. And then we also have the terminal hillside that's just to the south. But that's going to be right on the edge of the zone. A lot of squads not going to lean into it. You can see a couple of these teams already stopping off early. Tempest going to be very close to Collector yet again. Godlike's going to be coming in right back behind them, so Collector needs to keep their head on a swivel. As there is going to be multiple squads just trying to bully their way in, and Falcons didn't actually opt into the high ground too much. They went for kind of a mid-ground positioning 2-2 split to keep some level of control. And there's going to be Godlike. Going to be rejected on this pathing. Well, not too heavily. Are they going to commit back and do this one? Or no, I don't think Godlike likes the feel of it.
Yeah, this is that hill that I was really kind of keeping an eye on, and it looks like Tempest and Collector are going to be the only two that kind of just post up here, as Godlike will end up giving it away and pulling back around. So where are they going to go now? That's the question. Do you just go through Gangneung, or do you complete the full northern wrap? How much real estate do you really want? How far away do you want to go? I mean, look at that entire western side of the circle completely empty.
Nobody wants to play Buksansa because you can never defend it, and it feels like there's always 50 people on top of you, but there's nobody in there right now. We've got Eye in the Sky, and we know that.
There is no war in Buksansa.
There is no war in Buksansa. The walls are perfectly safe. Keeps everybody happy and content. Nugent All-Stars not going to be too content, and it's going to be like, nah, okay, guys, we don't go that way anymore.
I think Last Breath has got to be wondering if they're like, they got to be like, somebody's got to be down here, right? Like they've got this whole area to themselves over to the west that nobody is anywhere near. And it's shocking, but okay, this is the question. Well, look, it looks like Godlike did consider Buksansa to be a viable rotation path, so they'll head off to the west, and we'll see exactly where they decide to come in. Looks like they might eat a little blue zone on their way as Team Falcons continue to hold down this 2-2 split. Eyes over everything.
Started talking about Buksansa, and there is no war there, and now I've got little soldier boy in my head having all the feels. Thanks for that one. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Injected, making their rotate. We'll have to see where they stop off. As Fate, Nugent All-Stars might want a piece of them, but that's about it. A couple of rotations, and I guess Fate taking some shots at Nugent All-Stars, and it's a pretty quiet circle other than that.
Yeah, it's been very chill, hasn't it? Despite the obviously the early game scrappage that we saw where we lost I Am Bolivia. For the most part, it's been pretty calm.
Look at this. Bolivia leaves the lobby and suddenly everybody calms down. When Bolivia was in the lobby, there were like 6 squads all stacked on top of Bolivia. I see how it is. Nobody likes Bolivia.
No, poor Bolivia. Well, new circle does pop in. It is going to fall with that river bisecting right in the middle. Is Josh, he just, like how he just pops up and just stares. Like, what are you doing? Like, how are you going to hit me?
Why are you going to do that to me? All right, so Pest Control.
Rude.
How are you going to handle this? Looks like they were leaning into going for a regroup. Joshy a little bit late in his regroup, but that might not be entirely his fault. Collector looks like they're going to go for the low side of this one. River is drivable. Chapinski is going to be running right on top of Rent 3, but they don't want to stay there. But the shots are enough to kind of discourage them. That's going to slow them back down. Oracle now has to deal with Fate coming up back behind them. Nugent All-Stars hears this firefight. They're trying to line up and prepare for whatever's going to be going on. And remember, Injected still has to get in the circle. Lots of defense coming up from Chapinski's, but it is going to be Oracle that finds it once. Can he find more? As that is great shots to force him away. Tim Fee gets him down.
Nice Sid swap there from Tim Fee as Fate trying to make the crash here. Nice shots there from Gabuto, but no, he's going to get traded back down. And Piero, 1 HP away. Tater kind of in the same boat. Now Tim Fee, the last player alive for Fate. As you said, New Gen All-Stars, they're getting thirsty. They're going to send everybody over here to capitalize.
Chapinski's a bit more splitting. He goes like, look, I know how to handle this one fast. Fate gets eliminated, so that puts Chapinski's on the right edge of the circle. They still got to deal with Rent Free. This is a problem, but Nugent All-Star is the much closer range threat. Does Nugent All-Stars want to go for them, or do they want to put eyes on the circle? Falcons also had to deal with Last Breath trying to get into the circle, and that's kind of created the spattering of players that have littered the hillside, while Injected wants to try to get in play, but Godlike did actually rotate over next to Buksan Sa, has gotten high ground positioning on this circle. It just doesn't feel good because it's an isolated hilltop.
Yeah, at least they got something, right? Like at least they found some way to get in here. And unfortunately for Last Breath, it looks like they're going to find lower part of Falcons. What it takes though is going to find Honey Badger, so rent free again. But this is classic Honey Badger, isn't it? He just goes out, bulldogs, does his own thing, hopefully survives. Unfortunately, this time What It Takes will take him down before he can do any more damage. Team Liquid still in that 2-2, and they're still shooting at just about everything on this Riverside. Falcons starting to stretch out and exert their influence on the western side of the zone.
Yeah, they're playing kind of the mini ravines around all the rice paddies over here, and it gives you some level of defense. There's no more high ground back behind them, so they can be a little bit more aggro, but I don't know if you want to be too aggro, as New Gen All-Stars is going to be one of the closest teams to you, and that's a squad that... discretion isn't the better part of valor for them. They're going to go as loud and proud as humanly possible. And Last Breath, man, I think it just ain't nowhere to go for them. They're just roaming around. What do? Go for Godlike, Collector, Pest Control? There's just nothing over here. Now Tempest is going to come back in the same path, and it's going to make it even worse.
And that circle is going to pop, and it's going to be right on the river once again. And I've been kind of keeping an eye on New Gen All-Star. They've been sneaking up on the northern side of this 2-2 from Falcons, and it looks like Falcons is going to pull away just in time. No, they're going to stop down. They want to actually take this fight. So New Gen All-Stars getting really greedy. They were trying to camp Chapinski's. Now they're taking the fight to Falcons. They're going to get the knock on a Shrimsy, though, to start things off. And now Falcons have to respond.
Okay, New Gen All-Stars, this is how you keep momentum up for yourselves. The circle, though, is not going to do you any favors. What, some rice paddies, a ravine, and then Team Liquid already fortified waiting for this one. They're going to have vision on the entirety of the circle, so I don't blame New Gen All-Stars. But at the same time, I guess two different ideas whenever you're running this 2-2 split is it's going to be New Gen All-Stars just running straight into 55's position with two of their players. The other one's still dealing with Falcons back behind it, but New Gen All-Stars getting away with it? What? Okay, finally. I knew that somebody had to hit those shots sooner or later.
Oh my goodness. Of course. Good for Gluck. Gluck 77. I'm not sure what he changed, added that extra O. But Gustav actually going to get the knock on a Finna as well. So maybe New Gen All-Stars poking a bear and not really getting everybody on the same page. If you try to fight everybody when everybody is surrounding you, then you're probably going to take a few L's here as Affinity finding Tempest over here on the eastern side.
So Affinity gets away from Tempest, mostly does get the knock finally back, but you still got to get into the circle. Godlike also kind of looking into Last Breath's direction while this is going on. Abdu, who's been kind of the star for Tempest, we've seen him pull off a couple of big clutches, try to get damage onto Affinity and force them away. Ducky with nowhere to go, I guess it's going to be back over towards Last Breath and Godlike, because where else do you even go?
No ammo, Abdu, yeah. Okay, there you go. Pick up the mini. Get you something in return. Well, AFI down to Ducky, and it looks like Last Breath, they've picked him out, so that'll be it for Affinity. Chapinski's, their problems continue. They try to send it for the River's Edge. Unfortunately, everybody off to the east has vision on this, so they are going to be taking shots in as Pest Control just continue to hold down their compound. Falcons now in a world of hurt. They lose Gustav. Kickstart and Tickleton still alive, but they're in the blue, and they are pinned down.
There is just nowhere to go. Injected on one side of it, Godlike on the other. Tig, the last one up. And this is going to send it right next to Godlike, as well as Shinboy. I think Shinboy might take a couple of shots, but he's just trying to discourage anybody around him for the time being, as he's got himself that little crate. Tig, though. Oh, no. He actually made the right approach onto it, so we'll have to see who ends up winning that 1v1. Then we're back over to it, and Shinboy just pops Tig in the face.
Well, Falcons go down, but Chapinski's go down as well. So Falcons, despite going down early here, still in second place off the strength of that game one win. 25 points has been enough to carry them so far. With 2 games remaining, they've got to still be feeling pretty confident, as the circle will hard shift off to the east. So all of these teams that were playing in these fields over to the west, they've got some decision making to do. 55 looks like they want to take this fight to Injected before making a move.
I feel like the decision is, who do you want to die to? Is it Wit? Is it Team Liquid? Is it Pest Control? Because they have very good fortified positions to play, and everybody else is just going to deal with the dried out riverbed. And If you get away from Team Liquid, you've got to deal with Pest Control. If you get away from Pest Control, then you're going to have to deal with Wit or Team Liquid. All right, this is going to be a really nasty crossfire. I think that Rent Free is going to be the only kind of beneficiary, playing right next to the bridge, giving them some cover. 55 and Injected are still on top of each other. Injected's got to find somebody to get in the circle. They can maybe wrap down to the south. A bit ahead of what's going on with 55. Good shot. He gets some damage, but not really finding the knocks just quite yet. So 55 kind of slowed this one down. Shipboy, though, going to put in the work. And who's going to get the kill at the end? Who's going to take it? It is going to be only Avon. So at least get one. Shipboy, this isn't how you solo hide on a crate.
Yeah, he's got no time for hiding. Well, this is a push that I'm really interested in. Godlike just sending it right into Tempest, and they're going to win that fight really quickly and easily, and it's actually going to be Bing's grenade that takes out his teammate. You hate to see it, but Godlike will survive in the shadow of Team Liquid, but Team Liquid's starting to spread out, Matt. They're starting to get a little bit more active here.
Fusion All-Stars, 35 points right now. Falcons sitting at 31. It goes for the Panzerfaust shot, doesn't get what he wants out of it. And, oh, that was a spicy little seat swap while the car was going in reverse. All right, Kara, I see you.
Give them the style points for sure. Well, they still got to fight their way in, and as we saw already, it is just not a lot there. Collector somehow has been able to survive as well, whoever shot that mortar, take them off the mortar. They have not got that dialed in. Collector should be dead to mortars like 3 circles ago. They've been sitting here for so long, but they've managed to survive. They're hiding it in a mortar circle, though. They are. Well, 55, let's see if they can hold off the push, as 55 will get a little bit closer. They're going to go all the way down. They are.
All right, well, 55, send it, wing and a prayer and a dream. Going to be right next to Collector. They've got themselves a fortress of cars right now. Oh, Red Rider. That's not even Red Rider's fault. Dreams, what are you doing? You can't run right in front of Red Rider like that.
Man's got happy feet. Dreams will get rezzed here, and somehow 55 has been able to make it all the way over here and stay alive. I don't imagine that that's going to last much longer. There you go. Jam will be the one to finish them off there with a well-placed grenade. But they lived long enough to drop some cover there, Matt. So that might be a playable area here in the future.
Welcome to the circle. Hey, there's like an explosion and some Doritos. That's the best you can get. The circle does pop. It goes more that rent-free Wit side. Wit doesn't have good vision down in the ravine right now, but if the circle continues to go this way, they will find it.
I like this activity from Team Liquid and the boys, not sticking around and waiting. Oh no, God. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You hate to see it. The one guy gets knocked, he has a grenade in hand, and it flushes both of them. But great news for Team Liquid.
Another one. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. We'll take it. 6 kills for Team Liquid, and they now put themselves just a little bit closer there to Trapinski's in that 5th place spot. Team Liquid Collectors stand to gain so much if they can find some success here in this game. The Collector still has a long way to go, man.
Top 5 qualifies, and Team Liquid presently holding down that 6th place position. 7 kills, though, so this game feeling a lot better for them. This was the map that they were finding a lot of success on, specifically whenever we look at what was going on with them yesterday. This was their 2nd place with 8 kills. Now can they figure out what went wrong to deny them that 1st place rent-free, kind of moving into the shade of the bullets that are passing over their heads. They've got to keep eyes on Pest Control, but Collector's got to get in the circle. We still have Choppy alive. He's for Injected. He's got to get in the circle, but I don't know how you really maneuver into this zone. This is what you're looking at. There's some rocks, some water, and then a lot of people wanting to 4th and 5th party it.
A lot of nothing. Yeah, for sure. No, I guess I know everybody loves it whenever I bring in my traditional sports metaphors, but I feel like Rent Free has come into today like that, like a football team that's like, you know what? We're not running the ball. We're just going to throw Hail Marys every single play. And, you know, one of them or 2 of them are going to hit, and that's going to be enough. And that seems to be the plan for Rent Free so far here today. And they have been finding success good enough to put them in 3rd place, and they're still finding more kills as they go through here. So Team Liquid will finish off Injected, and now they have the south side to themselves, and all eyes are on Collector.
I mean, the Hail Marys work until somebody finally gets the interception, and it feels like it might be Team Liquid on one side of this one, creeping closer. Pest Control, not too many more angles that they can really deal with, as they've just got to come into the lower ground, get into the nitty-gritty with everybody else's. You see wrecked vehicles and explosions, the only thing that's keeping them alive. Collector, though, so close range, not easy vision as there is a raise in the hillside between the two squads, and that's kind of denied out Pest Control having any ability to deal with what's going on with Collector. Don't worry, Team Liquid, they're putting in some work of their own with Wit and also Rip Free finally getting some vision as there's nobody really in the middle of the circle because it kind of sucks.
Where are you? What are you gonna do? You get to the middle, you just cowboy, just shoot everything. Why not? Water, yeah, okay. Why not? The fishes are dead. We're fishing with dynamite. Team Liquid still on that south side. Nobody really having angles on them just yet, but now they've got to move. And Rent Free, they're down to just Bizzler as what it takes starting to get active. 7 kills now for them, and they are climbing up the leaderboard. So don't look now. What it takes might be a contender here towards the end. But look at that. Look at the care package drop for Liquid.
Oh, Pest Control barely gets over to those rocks. What it takes... Not yet inside the circle. They're going to send Marcis over to try to loot up as well. As this is going to be what it takes in Nebraska that they've been putting up. And that was a good combo from Sneak Attack and Kurt. Joshy just got hit from 2 different angles at the same time.
Teach you to peek that rock. Well, now K-Mine's going to get spotted by the Alm. As unfortunately for Pest Control, it seems like everybody left in the lobby is looted out of their minds except for them.
Yeah. Pest Control, 1 kill. Remember, they did have the western area under lock, but everybody kind of went south or north, and that kind of denied their ability to get kills, and means that now the wave of squads are getting closer and closer, and it's just going to be a convergence, right, with eyes onto Pest Control.
Oh my god. Poor Pest Control, man. They're spamming all the utility they have left to try to get over there to Joshy, but they've got rounds whizzing past their ears as Kurt will dig a little hole next to this crate, give himself some cover on the south side. The biggest problem here for Liquid is going to be what it takes in the end, and what it takes actually sending a couple of guys down to the low side. So Marcis, the only one on the high ground, Luke 12, the only one on the high ground for Liquid.
There is a bit of a ridge between these two squads down in the lower sections, so unfortunately for Pest Control, that means that they cannot see each other. They can only see Pest Control. So, welcome. This is your life, Pest Control. You have at least managed to get into the circle, and they have managed to get up, and they have touched Joshy. Can they res him? Is the plan actually going to get executed? It only cost them everything to get here.
I mean, they had to make a move at some point, didn't they? Well, fortunately for Hot and Spicy, he's got a lovely rock to play in the middle of that river, and we can play around it and look on the sides, see if maybe he can catch one of these Team Liquid boys slipping. A lot of them out in the open, but they are digging themselves trenches. Oh, dear.
Yeah, throwable range is we're now at phase number 7. Kurt gonna go ahead and put Joshy back down again, but Lucid's gonna spot out K-Mine. Now just down to 1, and Hot and Spicy looks at the circle. Gotta make another push right into that bloodbath. Nowhere to go. Rich get richer with Team Liquid and Wit just kind of chilling there, but Wit does get a lot more of the circle.
I love how Hot and Spicy is still taking shots over Team Liquid, and he's just kind of like, okay, I'm just going to hang out behind this rock. You guys go ahead and fight it out. Just forget about me for the time being. You got more important things to worry about, right? Right?
Yeah. Everything's fine. Just shoot each other. Well, actually, it doesn't work if you keep taking shots at Team Liquid. If you keep shooting at them, they're going to get mad and shoot back. Plan's gone awry.
Yeah, well, you got to do what you got to do if you're Hot and Spicy. If you're a fragger, you frag. Shoot, as it were. And we'll see how much longer Hot and Spicy can stay alive here while the smoke wall is being set up here by Team Liquid. I'm going to get a little bit closer. I know Luke knows that Marcis is up here. He's been hearing that Alm sing out for quite some time. Let's see how close he can get. Oh, they spot him. Good shots from Kurt, and that's going to be the high ground man taken down here for what it takes.
Hot and Spicy instantly ran on the other side of the map the moment he saw the knock. Like, please fight. I just want to get into the circle, guys. But Team Liquid, high ground. No! Lucid spots out Hot and Spicy. He goes down. Win at 11 kills. Team Liquid at 11 kills. But high ground now belongs to Team Liquid. Nades raining down, going a bit far to start, but that one looks pretty good. Denies out one of the vehicles. The bounces continue, and it's just more and more explosions, and Sneak Attack weathers it all.
How on earth did he stay alive through that? That grenade felt like it surely was going to take him down, but what it takes, opting to go for center dot and play that low ground, Had Marcis all by himself to defend the high ground, and now we'll see if the rocks will be enough to keep them alive. Liquid continue to keep peeking down. They've left Cowboy and Alo on the low side, so and Zito keeping an eye on them. But Lucid and Sneak Attack are going to have to get on the move here.
Cowboy with that does manage to get to the crate. You're feeling pretty good. And it is going to be Cowboy that's got the lion's share right now. 4-3, 2-2 is everybody on Team Liquid putting in some work on this right now. Wit, nobody really cares about the western side of the circle right now. It's just about the center dot that you were talking about and how that control's coming into play. It looks like Luke and maybe Cowboy are going to be the focus coming out from Wit, but they have enough space to get away for the time being. Blue Zone is behind them, but not enough to do any work. So they have time to retreat from those nades, and Wit might have to be careful because here comes the retaliation.
Oh, the grenade, the bounce. Still manages to get the shot. Oh, he's going for the C4 car. It didn't work. Oh, no. Well, they still get the knock on Enzito, so it was enough of a distraction at least. But Purdy Curdy going to get taken down. Now all of a sudden it's a 2v2. Sneak Attack and Lucid trying to pull off the impossible here for what it takes.
I feel like Cowboys managed to get center control now. Molotov comes up, takes down Lucid. Sneak Attack, the furthest away, backs up against the blue zone, and I think that Kurt can even see him. Feeding information over, lots of damage, and Team Liquid runs forward, not denied on the map this time. They manage to take 14 kills in first place.
Oh, absolutely massive W there for Team Liquid, and that should put them in the top 5. They still got 2 more games left to play, but you got to figure the lion's share of the work is done. They needed that win, and that was a very clutch win at the end there. They got compound favor for a long time there, Toffees, but in the end, they still had to stretch out and manage to keep everybody alive while taking fights against everybody in that riverbed.
You're right. Actually, we talked about it in the last game. They were just kind of missing circles, and here they catch it, they use it, and Cowboy rides that horse to victory. Makes a really good push there at the end, backed up by the old man, Purdy Curdy, who I think is hilarious because he's not really that old comparatively to others who are around right now. Yeah, but I love the have an insure before you play. Like, so I believe he probably had it insured during the break and came back with his all-powerful play. And these guys come out, make big moves, and get themselves, as you stated, Matt, into that top 5, into contest station with a chance to go to the finals. And just like the predicted, as of now, all 3 of our all-stars are going through.
This was such a weird circle to navigate, too. So respect to everybody that managed to find it. Wit taking the control in from that northeastern area, Pest Control that was holding down the west. And then, of course, Team Liquid, like you were talking about, Poro had the compound, but they also kind of shifted over to it with a 2-2 split quite early, so was reading the circle. Everybody else, though, there was nothing to be had, man. You had to fight, get whatever point off the backs of your gunfighting, and the way you could just push through a circle, even if it is like, backward UAS driving seat swaps. Yeah, give me more of that. That was cool.
Bro,
all right, let's take a look at... Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just gotta do it real quick. Shout out to What It Takes. 18 points. They had only gotten 1 point up until this game. Yeah. So with one massive performance, they managed to jump up the leaderboard.
That's funny because I was about to say a similar thing. What It Takes, 18 points in this game. No, you're right, because that's 3 more points than they got all day last time in day 2. So huge come up for them on that one to get themselves all the way up to 7. Now at a chance to maybe fight for the advance. Top 5 goes through to the finals. And if you're curious, the cutoff last time we did this on day 2 was 32 points. That's where that line was. Though we had some big soak lads up on top. I think Noe had 53 and 55 had 51. So it might be a little different this time, but that is something to sort of keep an eye on as we roll forward, Poro.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to point out is that that cut line it was so low. I'm sorry, and it's so comfy in there. But we did have those 2 point sponges on day 2 last time. This time we don't have that, so it's making that cut line a lot higher. I think it's going to be this time around. And if you're sitting like Godlike has been sitting in 5th place for a while now, they've got to find something, man. 7 placement points is not going to get it done. You're being kept alive right now based on your 18 kills, but you see What It Takes can have that one big game and be right back in it. Anybody now in the lobby really could jump them at any time with 2 games remaining.
Horses versus pandas. We take a look at our head-to-head. Team Liquid got the win. But Wit had the wisdom as they managed to make some plays, get themselves up higher than they have been before. The thing that I'm worried about with this leaderboard for all of our teams matchup is that even the teams in the top at this halfway point, 2 games left to play, they really only have about a 9 to 12 point lead ahead of those chase packs. Like, even our best teams right now aren't safe.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, like, what was it? Bolivia had a great game in 2 and then faltered in game 3. And that's why I'm saying, man, this feels like you've got to be more consistent than you've ever been in these types of series, because one game, one falter feels like suddenly you've got to have another big game and another big game just to try to stay in the pack of all of this. Luke 12, the player to watch, Lucid on the other side. Similar in the pose and the way that they're staring into my soul. Just the fact that Luke seems a little bit happy.
412 damage. I'll be honest, I'm used to having tags on top, so I thought it said 412 kills for a second. I was like, Luke, go off with your bad self. Turns out that's not correct. But 412 damage, definitely respectable as they come away with some good points there. And again, it was nice to see Wit get a shout. I think that they did not live up to their expectations at all. Last time around, they were in 15th place at the end of day 2. So to come out here and now be in 7th in a fight to make it into the top 5, even if they don't get to that top 5, this will give them a boost perhaps as they go into tomorrow, perhaps the hardest day of play. Sure, the teams may not be as quote-unquote internationally recognized or famous, but there's only 3 spots, and it is absolute chaos. I think we can admit to that tomorrow is going to be chaos for them.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is just ramping up exponentially with each game passing. So even today, with 2 games remaining, you know these guys are feeling the pressure if they're trying to make that top 5 spot. You don't want to be in the situation where you got to be top 3 tomorrow. I talked to Wooly, and he was like, I am so glad that we qualified in day 1 because we did not want to have to go back and do that same nonsense of day 3 because it is just so stressful.
Matt, you guys tried to talk nicely about I Am Bolivia or the players, and understandably, they are relatively unknown. They've made it into the 2nd day of the draw, which is pretty cool. Do people hate them for that? Because it feels like they do. Every time I watch this game, it's murder.
It's, I don't know exactly what goes on with them. We know the fact that they can frag. We've seen that whenever they get into positions to be able to frag. But I've never seen an early game that was that contested with that many squads. There was, 2 external teams trying to go for third parties. And I don't know if it was just Bolivia or if it was just the circles or if it's just the way that this format works. But everybody was just like, Bolivia, nah, bro, you don't get to play Circle 2. You are just done in that.
Well, let's be honest. They tried to. They got in a hot drop and they tried to send it. Their safety spot to send it to was the compound in the dead center of the circle. So it's kind of not really surprising that there were like 5 teams that all showed up there to capitalize off of their getting lost. So I don't know. At the end of the day, Affinity got all of them, so it doesn't matter in the end.
It's how you learn, though. I feel like Bolivia, they got into this year. They're like, you know what? These guys are good. Let's make some moves, right? Because that's what you got to do, especially in a 5-game series. You just got to make some hard choices, and maybe it doesn't work out, but next time around, maybe it does, because 1 game can get you that advance to the final as long as you have a few little bit of points on the other matches. So Bolivia's been a fascinating one to watch. Chapinski's continues to impress me as we watch these guys play, caught off guard by some of their stuff, and again, rent-free. They played that bridge, Matt. They did some backfill. They pushed a man forward. They got as deep as they possibly could. And to be blunt, that circle sucked.
Yeah. I mean, hiding out. I believe that they were the squad that was hiding out underneath the bridge and managed to hold it together for quite a while. This is a squad that we know can perform, but doesn't always do it. So now whenever we actually see them holding down a little bit more control, a lot more confidence, in a bit more of a dangerous situation, I'm very curious to see how they're going to handle that. Chapinski's I'm worried about, though, because their closest game to qualification, or their closest day, was day 2 when they missed it just barely, and it feels like that might be on the recipe unless they can find out in this next game and follow it up.
Let's see if we can get the leaderboard. We got another minute or so till the game starts, I think. So if we get a chance to look back at the overall leaderboard, I'd love to do that so we can kind of set the stage, because with 2 games left to play. Okay, it turns out the game's actually just going to start now. So we'll put the leaderboard up on the
in there.
screen.
Let's go.
Yeah, I fixed it earlier. It's going to be there for sure. So we'll get into that match in just a second. We're going to the 4th game, and if you guys are still confused about the format, what matters right now is with 2 games left to play, the top 5 teams will advance to the finals. Everyone else is not eliminated. They just have to survive a game, 5 games tomorrow where only 3 get to advance. So it does get significantly more complicated, but it does not mean that your run is over. Let's get into the match number 4. Great playing, great start. My name is Tavis. I'm here with Poro and Matchroom in case you're just joining us. Gentlemen, is getting off to a good start. We're going to get that leaderboard in just a second. You got any expectations or things that you need to see from teams this time around, Poro?
I want to see if Rent Free can continue to do this live by the sword act that they've been doing so far today. Like, they have been extremely aggressive. It paid off for them so far because they were able to get that win. And once you have that win, once you have that little bit of cushion to play, like, you could play a lot more aggressive and kind of get away with it, as we saw last game. But they are sitting in that 4th place spot, right? They're not by any means secure. So do you still continue to play that hyper aggressive, let's take every fight, high risk, high reward style play, or do you try to pull back a little bit? I think they need to keep going with what they got here with.
I think you're right. I think if you've got that cushion, then there's no reason to stop pushing for those points, right? You've got to try to get as much as you can on the board, make a statement, and be as strong as you can possibly be. First circle is up, Matt. It looks fair. It looks good. No early fights. Everyone in a good spot.
Yeah, it was a bit close there for a second, as it looked like Balefrost and Fana were both going for the same vehicle. Fana did manage to get there just a half second beforehand, but that is New Gen All-Stars losing a vehicle, and then they have Falcons on the other side. When you go for that drop, it makes it a little bit dicier, as we are watching the Stadium Boys regroup and Team Liquid after their victory inside the last game. Circle does lean a bit further to the south, though. I'm scared, though. I don't want to test track West Circle.
Tough.
I don't think anybody wants that, but you know what? Honestly, I think they're happy. Everybody's probably happier with this circle than they are with yet another northern Jadina city where you got to play around that river. And is it going to go west? Is it going to go east? Like this one, 100% playable. You can make your long wraps. You can avoid. You can take the long way around. Avoid any early game confrontation. Which right now, with 2 games remaining, I think everybody's got that top of mind.
And there's so much space in the middle. You have tons of time to dig whatever ditches you need to. Canals, tunnels, lots
boring
of caves.
circle.
Time. And now it's time for me to excuse myself. Gentlemen, I hand it over to you to take us through game number 4 here at PAS 1.2.
1.2.
So I guess we should say that there is also a pretty steep hillside and a couple mountains that are pretty close to the center of the circle, and that is going to make it weird as we move forward, as a couple of teams are going to be trying to jockey around that. We already have Kickstart, though, that's moved into the foothills around it to try to make sure they can keep some control, making sure that not going to surrender this territory for free, because it does provide some pretty ample cover for the later stages.
Yeah, it's kind of what you like to see whenever you have an option to play wherever you want to play, really, in C1. Just sending it to somewhere that's slightly off center, right there next to the revive station, just in case something weird happens. I like it. You know, you've got options to go high ground, low ground. You can see a lot of stuff around you, so good stuff here for Falcons to start off. And a lot of teams actually already in the circle here. So I think the heavier side probably going to be that eastern side, considering all the teams that are going to be coming from the east. But it remains to be seen how they wrap around here, because as you said, Matt, still 100% playable circle. So you have the option there for those long wraps if you decide to take it.
New Gen All-Stars looks like they're already going for their rotate as well. I was kind of keeping an eye on them because those eastern teams would have to pass around the test track that's going to be going on. Injected's going to have a couple of shots coming out from the Bizzler, but Stokely's already over there, providing some level of support back over. This is going to be over into the west. That's going to be more of the open side versus that eastern corridor that you're talking about, because they still, New Gen All-Star still has Balefrost back there. Falcons still has Gustav. They've got 2 players that are kind of still tail-ending on this one, and if they're not careful, they could be caught up in a very large rotation exodus into the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be something you definitely want to keep your eyes on, as I'm not sure that Falcons have completely committed to. Yeah, it looks like they're bringing the northern duo to rejoin. They'll probably continue to hold that 2-2 split, but probably be a little bit closer together. But Pest Control kind of doing the same thing, so we'll keep an eye on that. Injected looks like they're gonna keep sending it in. Rent Free hot on their heels here, but this is what we've come to expect from Rent Free, right? This hyper aggressive, let's go for points style.
It's do or die, and right now it's been doing for them. Got Godlike nipping at their heels, though, is what concerns me. But hey, you also have a couple of points running right in front of you. Just a second. Going to be too late to find it. Team Liquid still chilling actually inside a stadium right now. No rush coming out from them, the Chapinskis, or Bolivia. After Bolivia's last rotation, not too surprising.
Yeah, take your time. You know what? You loot up. Get you some health. Get you some heals. Maybe find you an E pickup if you're lucky. Make sure everybody's got a pickaxe, just in case we come into the late game. But Tempest, they are in a split here. They've got Affinity just off to their west. So technically, I think the same compound, but maybe far enough away to where they could be friendly neighbors. We'll see if they do.
So, Poro, while we've got these rotations going on, you know, that we've had these roles that have slowly developed in PUBG's history where it's like, you know, like there's the fragger, there's the IGL. Then there kind of became the guy that was in the glider, and then there was the guy that had to carry the Panzerfaust.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it suck to be the guy that has to be the pickaxe? Because that's like the support of support, and it's almost like slave labor. You're just like, no, you don't go shoot your gun. You keep digging that hole so that way the rest of us can survive. I mean, that's like the most head down, all right, I'm just going to do my work, boss, kind of job that you can get in PUBG, I think.
Yeah, the rest of us are going to have fun playing the game. You go over here and play Minecraft for a little bit and set us up for late game. Oh, no. Oh, Tempest. You could have been friendly neighbors, but that's not friendly. You tried to go in there, and unfortunately, Rondo has Castle Doctrine, so Affinity will take down 2, and now Tempest will have to play this out as a duo.
I mean, Tempest trying to make something happen. Not going to fault them too much for being on the bottom of the leaderboard. 3 points so far. Just try to make some magic happen at some stages. I believe that we do have that emergency pickup that you were referencing coming out from the very far northeast. Should be Bolivia. Now, Team Liquid starting to make their way in the circle. Chapinskis as well. Wit running a very wide split. They're going to look like they're moving in that Hongshan positioning. Is the center point being that mountain is kind of created a whole bunch of different isolated firefight positions. We've kind of, you can take this circle and kind of bisect it into 4 different spots. No, that's okay. That's okay. You can make it. It's fine. Just deliver the crate and nom up those goodies.
There you go. That's what you needed. Mizbo needed to take the shot back, make Flanker just retreat back in to his compound. Well, Fate, kind of in the same boat. Like, they got a little bit of a split going on here, taking up a lot of real estate. But we'll see where I Am Bolivia is going to go. I also have very, I'm keeping my eyes glued here to Godlike, because right there at the cut line, obviously, a lot riding on their performance here. They're doing a long wrap down to the south. They're keeping everybody very close together. They'll run through Wit, but they're not going to get super close to any of them. And they should be safe for the early game here.
Yeah, it's going to be chasing after Stokely is injected, is going to just kind of crash into the hillside, try to use it for some cover. Brent Free is going to retreat.
So thirsty.
Most of our players, though, most of our teams are playing just to the southeast or to the southwest of the center point. So that means that that's going to be kind of where everything's going to be going on. Tempest to know where to go, and I think that puts them down to just 1, and points remain elusive.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess they just didn't like the spot that they were in, where they weren't getting shot at. Tried to get a little bit out there, but now they're running into Godlike.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Souls driving.
Good stuff.
Like, that's fine.
What did he say? Shrimsy, what did he say to you? Did he say something in Danish and you just didn't understand it and you got mad?
We do that with Avenger all the time.
That's true.
I don't blame him. They start talking that language that it just sounds so angry.
Oh, well, we see I Am Bolivia falling from the skies. Team Fate will keep a weather eye on the horizon to see where they go. Falcons shooting over there as well, but that high ground that you keep referencing that's kind of in the center that's causing everybody to move around, you see where I Am Bolivia has decided to go, and that is going to give them a lot of intel about what is going on around them. Let's see if the Circle 2 pop will favor it, and it will. Look at that. Great play for I Am Bolivia.
I mean, you gotta admit, they like the center of the circle. They're either gonna die getting there, or they're gonna get the center of the circle. And now all these squads around Danching and around the outside gonna have some fun. So Godlike looks like they're gonna be chasing in right back behind Affinity. What's gonna be just to the west of them? Collector's gonna be playing the other side of Danching. Bolivia is going to have a ton of vision on everything. Team Liquid's going to have to deal with Rent Free very close to them. Pest Control's already collapsing in. That's going to put him pretty close to Chapinski's. Of course, it's going to be Comp that spots out Oracle, takes him down. That's a big damage component down for the Chapinski's early.
Yeah, the south side getting really brutal as everybody's trying to make their way in. Godlike, they've got Affinity right in front of them, and what it takes kind of making a way past them as well. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if anything breaks off a little bit more. Fate very content chilling here on their edge position. They'll see Collector retreating off into the distance, but Collector not out of the woods yet. They're running right into where New Gen All-Stars is looking to play.
I wish, and I don't know, but I hope that Bolivia, since we saw them using mortars earlier, and now that they're on top of everything, if they brought mortars from up there and were trying to shoot with it, that would be so ridiculously hard to make adjustments around, but at the same time would be hilarious. Because mortars flying out the top of it would just be, what does anybody else do to that? You just got to be like, all right, well, I can't even shoot them back.
I think when you're at the very top of the mountain like that, though, the one hope that you have is that nobody notices you're there and doesn't just shoot at you a whole bunch. Well, Godlike, they're going to send 2 over here. They saw there was an initial knock on a ghost, and Haven will go ahead and finish that. Also, a much needed point picked up for them, as the rest of AFI just going to continue moving closer into circle. But Fate has started to move down here, and they may have actually caught Godlike when they weren't looking.
This has gotten really weird because the Godlike Fate / Affinity hillside is going to have vision on what's going on with Collector and Wit and their hillside that they're trying to defend from. So the longer the Godlike and Fate stay caught up with each other with Affinity as well means the fact that Collector's and Wit's position stays stronger and keeps them alive, time being. But Wit not being too aggressive, Collector not being too aggressive is now going to put a lot more of that onus onto Godlike. Fate, also not known for being hyper-aggressive, goes, there's people here, we don't have anything to do with that, and they retreat back to where Tim Fee is already defending that retreat angle from.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was actually surprised that it seemed like Fate was being the aggressor there, but it looks like maybe they saw something, didn't see something they liked, and as you said, they'll just retreat back to their dancing spot. Keep eyes on Godlike though, just to make sure that they don't backfill them. But Team Liquid, they've got their hands on a BRDM. This is BRDM Kurt is like a new evolution of Kurt that I think might be one of my favorites.
Is it better than M249 Kurt though? Because that
remains to be seen. M249 Kurt, the accuracy through volume Kurt was one of my favorite iterations before this, but ever since BRDM Kurt might be my new favorite because he's starting to figure out how to play and just be annoying with it in such a way that, you know, it's a low risk of going down to the Panzerfaust, but not a completely impossible risk. Where are those mortars? Are those coming from?
No, I think it was Falcons, maybe New Gen All-Stars, Circles.
It's probably Falcons.
Yeah. So that southeastern area was the most volatile, and it's about to get even more volatile because 55 is going to be right on the edge alongside Wit. Wit's just going to kind of let Last Breath sneak in right next to him and head up the road now, finally taking some shots at him. Wit's got to be careful, though, because they still have some looming monsters back behind them in Godlike. Is Injected Fate, New Gen All-Star is going to be regrouping, and this is going to be a very, I guess, much more open circle. Lin into those fields has got something that you can kind of hide around, but it's all going to be punishable from these high ground positions, most notably where we can see Rent Free and Bolivia playing from.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that you want to be the first one to go to, right? Like, you kind of want to see what happens first. Godlike did pop that E-pick up, and they sent LFP up to scout. The rest of the gang running just behind in vehicles, so we'll see where LFP ends up. As looks like he's dropping right on top of Last Breath here.
Looks like maybe just trying to scout, regroup back with Haven. Haven's going to be the low guy that's leading the forefront. It's just the two of them, and Haven's on a full-on rescue mission right now. I don't know what's going on, but LFP has 4 squads now shooting at him. He's going to add in a 5th one, yeah. He's taking some damage, but he's doing a good job. Keeping angles up. Oh, so close. He does go down. Carrick's going to get him, and now Haven finds himself isolated, while the rest of Godlike's going to be, I guess, trying to regroup right on top of Last Breath.
Yeah, man, this has been rough for Godlike. Like, You know, this isn't the first time that they've just found themselves chasing circles a bunch of time, but last week and the week before and really in all the cup games, obviously cup lobby's a lot different, but they were finding ways to fight out of these bad spots that they were in, and it has just been really difficult for them to do that this time around.
I don't know what's going on, but it's like Godlike just isn't. Their firefights just aren't as crisp as they were. I don't know if there's something internal going on. If it is just chasing the circles, they do often find themselves in the death funnel.
Oh, nice shot.
And pushing through it. But I mean, it's just they just can't find a way to make the firefights work for them, because this was a squad that was getting most of their points off of kills, and they just can't seem to find them right now.
Even when they were knocked down to a duo, it seemed like they were finding that success. But this time, not happened for them. But we'll see if they can do something here with 3. Although 55 is looking over in that direction. Ooh, Kabuto, a nasty shot earlier to get that knock onto Fate, but has to retreat back to that hard cover. And thank goodness he had the foresight to put that shield up, as he has somewhere to retreat to. Now Injected still making moves behind him.
Luzera is pretty far forward, so I think it's just a couple of counter moves as we move even more fields. New Gen All-Stars going to find themselves in the center. Falcons in their two splits going to be strong. Bolivia even manages to keep some of their mountain in play, so that's great until they have to leave it. Everybody else, though, do or die time. Find yourself a dip, start mining, because boy, oh boy, there's not a lot. There's going to be the high side hill where we can see Last Breath playing from, but there's even a higher side hill to the west of that. Team Liquid and the BRDM from Kurt going to be starting their adventure in is fight, get what points you can, and Wit, Affinity, Collector, 55, not squads that are known for really going for that strategy. Going to be kind of forced to do it.
Tempest was able to get Abzu back in through the revive station, but they're still like eating blue way out in the east. So we'll see if they're able to reconnect each other. It looks like Team Liquid actually going to send it all the way off to the north, and they might be getting involved in this Injected Chapinski's scrap here. But Pest Control eating right now as they collect a few more points for them, and they will take down.
It's going to give them some control over the north for the time being, but Chapinski's might go for a bit of a bat stab onto position. Team Liquid, we're going to be playing the other side. Remember, this is going to be the hillsides and one of the few positions that's actually got some verticality to it before you move into the open fields. Bolivia, you've got a wit infection down below you. I don't know how you deal with it.
A wit infection? Oh my goodness, that's terrifying. Well, you see Falcons start to get involved as well, but yeah, the south side playing around this mountain is actually brutal, but Team Liquid will start getting involved with Chapinski, but Chapinski will be taking down Injected as Hurt just going to have to retreat back into the cockroach.
What's up, boys? We're all kind of orange. We can be friends together for right now. Everything's fine.
Yeah. Chill, you guys don't have a Panzerfaust, right? You would tell me if you do.
Is he actually doing calls for a mortar? Did I see one of those pop out from the other guys from Team Liquid? Is this how Team Liquid is scouting for mortars?
Oh
my god, that's so mean and funny.
Dip. Get the hell out of here. We do not want to stay any longer. Please, God, retreat. Like the one guy, I think it's Piero, is like, I don't want to. He's going to immediately gets in a car and starts circling around. But he'll get back there, though.
Just a little drive to survive right now. Pest Control looks like they were trying to go after Team Liquid on some side flank, but that got punished. So Pest Control goes back up to their high ground. Team Liquid, you got friends galore around you and a little bit of a ridge line to play. That's going to be all you can see. My eyes are drawn to the south, though, where we've got 55, Bolivia, Wit, and Godlike all on top of each other. But because it's the mountain, they can all live there, and it doesn't really matter.
I know, like only one person is shooting right now, and it's the guy at the top of the mountain. But watching Kurt play around on the roach is also pretty fun. But Virier does find an angle on a Tavon. Mr. Bad tries to send the grenade, and it's actually going to land. There you go. Nice work there from the long-range grenade, as he will continue to eat this blue zone. Does not want to give up that high ground for nothing, though.
I don't blame him. The circle moves more field-like, so get what you can get here. As I said, these are squads that not necessarily known for trying to go for that. Wit, I don't even know. Even if you manage to win this, you have to deal with Godlike that's waiting on the other side of the firefight. And then you have to deal with Rent Free that's waiting on the other side of that.
He's got the mortar.
Yes! Yes, Barry! I've been waiting for this for so long. Please, the math on this is so hard. You have to account for so much extra verticality. If he hits anything, it's astounding.
Be hilarious, but we'll see how it plays out. We see Godlike still trying to fight their way in, but they are probably in the better position here as the more it is close. It's very close. It's landing right on the trees, but what it takes managing to survive right now as Godlike continues to try to make that push up.
I mean, that's a good way to get rid of Godlike. You don't even necessarily have to hit them. You can just make them get out of the way. Because now Nugent All-Star is going to have to deal with the forefront push coming up from Godlike on one side. 55 also defending the other side of the hill. Chapinski still having to deal with Team Liquid. Nades rolling down, bouncing off of Luzera to keep them alive. That looks a lot better. Yeah, there's going to be 1, 2. Luzera, though, just cuddling up against the side of the wall, now having to deal with the BRDM. Got a shield, but nowhere to go!
Oh, goodness gracious, Kurt. Well, that's one way to clean it up, but now Pest Control is starting to take aim at Team Liquid here. Godlike still trying to fight their way in. Tony gonna go down, though, after getting the first initial knock there onto I Am Bolivia's Nazera. Knocking flush, and now Fauna all by himself. And he... Oh, no. Oh, no, Fauna. That was not the grenade.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, he just needed the loot. He knew that there wasn't time. The blue zone was on top of him. See, I'm covering for you, fan. Everything's fine. It's all about strategy. Nugent All-Stars, this is what they're looking at, and they've got eyes on the circle of everything else. It's, you gotta feel pretty bad for everything, as now Collector gonna be on the side to the east, assisting with a couple of shots. Viri still alive from Bolivia, as well as Fana. High ground goes over to Rent Free into the west that still has to deal with Stokely from Injected, and then Team Liquid and Pest Control still just kind of, I don't even want to say punching each other, they're just kind of like kicking sand at each other. About all that's going on is, Viri, you finally go down, but you live on my heart. This has been one of the dumbest, best games I've seen in such a long time. I'm so excited.
Love it. Love it. Well, Collector, congratulations. You are the winner of the South Side for what it is. You're down to just dreams, it seems. Although, I don't know, maybe if he outlives Fana, yeah, Fana's alive, so maybe Godlike can be the winner, but Nugent All-Stars all looking up in that direction. Team Liquid still trading shots back and forth with Pest Control, but Rent Free still 4 alive. That aggressive team that they are. Look at all the real estate that they have to work with as Shrimsy will take down Dreams. Collector goes down.
All right, Fana, congratulations. You quote-unquote win the South. And you have to walk right into Nugent All-Stars and Rent Free. Well, actually, Glock did manage to push through, and he's inside the circle, so maybe that kind of counts too. Falcons, guess what? You've got to get in the circle. Pest Control and Team Liquid all have to do the same. Last Brett's been kind of hanging out in that shack. That's about all you really got, and the hillside firefight still kind of continuing as Fana. He's going to have a lot of smokes now. He made sure that he had a lot of smokes.
Yeah, he's like, I got smokes, and by God, I'm going to use them. And he's actually going to find Jam with a very well-placed grenade as the Bizzler will smoke him off to make sure he tries to stay alive. Fauna, though, managing to survive here through the smokes. Hop down long enough to heal up. Bizzler will get him. There you go in the end. Godlike will go down, and Rent Free will get back up to full strength.
Crossfire, what are you even going to do in a situation like that? Fana, you survived for as long as you possibly could. Pest Control is going to send it down to Last Breath, but is it coasting? Good read coming out from Danny. Left the cover. Usually you want to get some follow-up firefighting or some shots to chase afterwards, but looks like Pest Control couldn't get it because the way Falcons played this aggressive and just chased it down. Now Pest Control, after sending in your C4, can't find much, but good Lord, those nades stop the Falcons. They are done.
Well, that didn't take long. Okay. I mean, I think most of that was the TIG grenade. Unfortunately, he gets knocked with a grenade in hand, and we all know the pain of that. Here is Hot and Spicy is defending his territory with a little bit of help from range here. But Robert, that blue zone grenade might be enough. That's a nice follow-up. Yeah, goodbye, sweet prince.
Hey, Robert, you managed to stay alive, and you've dug your hole, and you keep your shack. Hard fought as now Team Liquid's going to have to deal with you, as well as the high ground Rent Free and Nugent All-Stars. So it's really just those 3 squads with Robert and Glock live.
Look at this, man. Rent Free kind of putting on a clinic for all of the other teams in the lobby about how to go about playing these types of high pressure, high stakes, top 5 only kind of maps. Just be aggressive. If you go out there, you take every fight, you probably win most of them. And they'll get up to the end game here. We'll see if they can climb even further. 55 and last breath. Pretty much donezo here. Oh, yeah. Oh,
it's on the other side. It's fine. It's fine.
Never mind. Yeah, you're good. Okay. Go ahead, Gluck.
That's actually kind of smart to dig around the rock itself, because then if the cubby grabs it, you just have to move to the other side of the rock. And yeah, it's there are other reasons why maybe he's playing that side of the rock, and it has nothing to do with New Gen All-Stars. Is now it's just going to be Robert. He's the only one inside the circle, and oh lord! So Red Free's got to come down from their high ground onto where Rock's at, and
What was
or
that?
Glock's at. I don't know.
Just hit him with the oh lord.
Oh, Lord. This circle's about to suck, dude. This circle's about to suck. There's nowhere to go. And does Team Liquid still have their BRDM?
They have to, right? Like I saw a couple of Panzerfaust being sent over, but I don't think any of them hit. But yeah, it looks like Kurt. If Kurt's in a vehicle, it's probably the Roach, right? Like it's he's gonna bring Luke 12 with him this time around too.
Okay, so in a world where there is no cover except for Robert's position, the BRDM is going to be very strong. Now, New Gen All-Stars, do you focus on Rent Free? Team Liquid's already got a foothold in the circle, so Rent Free, you've got to... How do you get down from that high ground? Do you just push into Team Liquid or New Gen All-Stars? That's about all you can really do.
Yeah, it's they're kind of in a tough spot right now. Like Glock's actually taking shots over towards New Gen All-Stars. There's just nothing really in that open field unless somebody managed to make their way over there, maybe land a couple of mortars. Maybe there's maybe a small divot to play. But Jam, he of pistol fame, trying to do the same thing with that sniper rifle. Unfortunately, not going to hit. Oh no, Robert does have a Panzerfaust. Kurt, be careful.
And be cautious. New Gen All-Stars jumped in vehicles, looked like they were going to push this shack, and then saw Kurt's BRDM, and they were like, nah, I think we're good. We'll go somewhere else. Alo managed to take down Robert, and the shack is now yours, Team Liquid. You have the whole of Destiny that everybody has just been demolishing over here.
I love that for Kurt. He's just driving over there. He saw Robert had whipped out the Panzerfaust. He's like, nope, I'm going away. You guys kill him immediately. They just send every last bit of utility they have in the bag, and they take him down. So Team Liquid have the north side to play with, and it looks like Rent Free, they hop in vehicles, and they're going from the south side. They leave Honey Badger behind to do what Honey Badgers do best, and that is play solo. Rent Free, they've got a rock and a dream, but they are all eyes kind of looking over in that direction.
Pico Bus got him down the hillside. Now Honey Badger having to deal with everything on the other side of this one is kind of kick the hornet's nest that is Team Liquid. It does definitely feel like Team Liquid's doing a little bit of whatever they want to do. Is there you go. Too many people taking shots. Alo does manage to make sure to get it. So it is New Gen All-Stars at 47. Team Liquid at 45. Rent Free just a little bit back behind that. If somehow Rent Free can manage to get this one, they'll be able to catch up to the pack and make this one spicy.
And New Gen All-Stars down to 2 and in a really rough spot, but let's not sleep on the performance that they have delivered here today. Remember, they denied points away from another potential win. Well, I guess it would have been a potential win if they had literally any utility left in Miramar, but they have had themselves a day here so far. 47.7 kills, good enough to keep them in first place, at least for now. If Team Liquid can get this win, they might take our top spot.
Everybody hiding behind their cars and safety and whatever shields they've got and hunker down as the circle pops, and then there's just good old Kurt driving around without a care in the world, being like, oh, hey guys, let me just keep on marking where things are going on. Let me be a distraction. Make sure that nobody really comes into the circles. Team Liquid's just got the center under complete control. It would take a miracle for them to lose this, and it's going to be both teams having to work together to try to stop them. But instead, it's everybody going against Rent Free as they do go down. That makes it 50-47, and Team Liquid just absolutely living the life looking at New Gen All-Stars.
You know, I wonder if New Gen All-Stars will deny here. It's not like there's precedent. Well, Team Liquid will be the beneficiary this time as they take our top spot by 1 point. Back-to-back victories for the boys in blue, Toffees.
2026, man. Liquid catches circles, they get BRDMs, and they move good. Now, I will say this. I do think the new whole system is benefiting Purdy's BRDM play, because people aren't packing Panzerfausts at the level they used to. You are saving as much utility weight inside of your car for things that will dig holes quickly and effectively. Other than that, though, I think this has been fascinating to watch. I love seeing Liquid turn on. I like that they are going to qualify today, and they're going to make it to the finals again. This is the Liquid that I have been praying for what, a year and a half now? They look solid, Matt.
I just want you to hear you talk more about the whole system.
Okay. I got a good one. You ready for this? I got a good one. You guys all know that Luke 12 is from Down Under, but Luke 77 is under the map. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that is pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well, they can't all be winners.
You can't all be winners, like Luke and his boys.
Dude, and the funniest thing about this is, from a non-professional standpoint, right? From a layman's standpoint, obviously we're a little bit further than layman's, as are most of our viewers, but watching Kurt play with the BRDM, you're starting to realize the strategy that goes into playing around a BRDM in this lobby, right? Like, not getting too close to anything, not using it as a scouting implement, but also playing it in a way such as to maintain as much safety from any potential Panzerfaust, like not just driving boldly W keying into a compound and just waiting to get panzered out of it, like using it to kind of like run around and look around the edges and make it a little bit more difficult, but having the rest of your team kind of play off it as well.
Team Liquid, 17 points off the back of that game. New Gen All-Stars 18, rent-free at 10, and the rich get richer. Also a good chance to give a little shout-out to Sharpshot in chat, who gave me my favorite quote of the week so far, which is, I miss Maluk. He made me a lot of money. I also miss Maluk. And that kid. All right, so let's talk about the overall leaderboard. Liquid at 51, looking real good. New Gen at 50. Those two should qualify. One game left to play. They can do whatever they want. In fact, they can mess around and make life harder for someone if they want to. Will they? Probably not. I doubt it. But it's in the sphere of possibility. Rent-free at Team Falcons. Godlike making that 3, 4, 5. Top 5 will advance. That means Chapinski's, and then a little bit of a race for pest control and what it takes to push up that board. Let me get your take on this real fast, Matt. Is it going to be those 5? Are they secure? Can Chapinski's or pest control do this?
Oh, man. Chapinski's could. Pest control, their play style feels like they're not necessarily always set up to go for a big explosive game. It does feel like our top 5 are feeling pretty good. Eyes kind of go looking around. Is there another squad that can have a 20-point game? It really just comes down to don't falter if you're in the top 5 right now. An early out could ruin you, especially those two squads tied at 38.
Let's go head-to-head with Team Liquid and New Gen All-Stars. Yes, I know it's a thumb, but you have to admit it looks a little bit like a guy dangling a hot dog out of his hand.
Why are we doing the hot dog thing?
It's that they got mad at me for saying it looks like a hot dog. It does. I'm not going to argue. I'm not trying to say it. Like, the thumb doesn't make sense. Look at the curvature under the
AI
knuckles.
art is perfect. What are you talking about? AI art never messes up anything or does anything weird.
It's ruining people. All right, head-to-head, 7.5 average kills, 8 for New Gen. Imagine if they didn't deny. They could have, like, millions more. But 1481, awesome average damage, great games for them, huge survival time. Love to see New Gen All-Stars stepping up and making moves. Talking about the head-to-head, Poro.
We said already that Rent-Free is kind of playing that fast and loose, aggressive style play today so far, just to make sure that they get as many kills. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but today it is working pretty well for him. And Honey Badger being that, I'm gonna say, like, in quotation marks, anchor player, but I feel like he's not as much of an anchor as he is just kind of like, he does what Valiate used to do, where you're just like, I'm gonna go make a play, and just goes off and does whatever he wants. And sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's not. Today it's been very successful.
When you say anchor player, do you mean like holding a spot or dragging the team down?
You know what I mean.
Okay.
He's definitely not dragging them down, but Cowboy also. Look, Cowboy, we were wondering how he's going to fit into Team Liquid. It looks like with every repetition, with every day of play, obviously they're starting to figure out more and more how to use him. He's starting to figure out more and more where he fits in to that play style of the squad as well. And we saw it you said at the beginning of the day, that Alo Cowboy duo is something to behold.
Yeah, honestly, I love seeing him on the roster. I think this might be the place that we have been waiting for him to land for a very long time. His attitude, his carriage. I think it works really well under Purdy's
Oh, it's
leadership.
perfect,
This
yeah.
is exactly. I think it's a perfect fit, and I think this could be what Liquid needed all along. They just needed a cowboy to ride that horse to PGC. Guys, we're gonna ride this quick horse to break, and when we get back, it's the final game of the day. So don't go anywhere. What the hell was that?
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
They call us bad players. They call us noobs. And they are covered in reason. But now, we are tired. Tired of losing all the battles we fight. Then our final card will be hire one professional player to battle on our side.
Hey guys, I'm Gustav, the new player for Falcons. Today I'm playing with 3 new players who's never touched a PC in their life. Probably the worst players to ever exist. And we're gonna try and win a game. And maybe next time they can carry me. I'm also gonna try and teach them a little bit about the game. And we can take it from there.
One of the best players in the world, along with the 3 worst players in the world. This only happens here in 3 noobs, 1 pro.
What a zone we have here, boys. Alright, so when you land on the ground, you need to press F to get into the car.
Alright.
I'm going to pick you all up, stack up on each other, stand on top of each other.
That afternoon, we were very happy. Gustav was a very kind person and gave some very important tips for us.
Alright guys, let's split out here and loot now. Take a corner each of the city. One of you go south, one of you go east. I'm going west.
Alright.
Loot up.
Where is south?
Alright. Alright.
To better follow the journey, we split into 4 cars.
Let's not go through the city. There could be some rats in the city. Let's go left of the city here. Follow me. You guys see that big rock on top of the hill? That's where we're stopping, boys. I think we're also stopping on the tree, though.
Yeah, that's me.
Bama hit a tree.
When we reach the place, we start to looking for enemies.
What's going on here?
I see nobody here.
We're just roleplaying now. I get it.
We had family found.
There's people here. I'm stopping on this ridge on me. You guys can stop on my ridge as well, on to my right, on green.
The enemies were not that close, but it wasn't a problem for Gustav.
There's green, the grass on the left, running on green. Knock them.
He was very fast and was leading our team to the battle.
On the close wall.
In my first battle, I had been knocked.
Oh my god.
And thanks to Gustav, I was saved.
Save me, Obama.
On me.
Gustav was leading the team as a real captain. Until then.
I'm knocked, guys.
Gustav had been knocked. And our main enemy was present at the game. Our own ability.
Bill.
I'm sorry.
Doing, man.
I'm sorry. I saw someone. I thought it was an enemy.
The guy who had killed Gustav was about to kill our entire team. And only the guy who had killed his own teammate would fight him. In one shot.
Wait, you just killed him? What the did I just watch?
Not even
Good job.
Gustav believed
Amazing.
what he saw.
That is unreal what you just did.
Actually, this is my second day playing PUBG, so don't worry.
Yeah, sure thing. I've been playing all week, I can tell.
And the first major kill in PUBG, we never forget. Biel was proud of himself. On the battleground, Gustav decided to change his clothes to camouflage himself. His skills was fantastic.
Nice.
But that was a pity. Because your teammates
Fire, guys. Back, BL. Oh my goodness.
was literally a big failure. I tried to hide in the smoke, but it didn't work out. Death after death. Gustav couldn't save anyone. But even that, it was nice to see Gustav play. Your agility, your posture, everything that player could want. My biggest dream was to be like Gustav. He would take us to the victory. But alone is very difficult. And with 3 noobs, it's even harder. Applause for Gustav, who participated in the challenge. 3 noobs, 1 pro.
Lost one crucial team fight, which was all on me. My teammates were trying to hard carry me. They got multiple knocks on enemies. They were just being demonic, insane. I didn't expect that much from them, but they showed up and I didn't. So basically all on me. And that's it.
Corte de 3 safe é a nossa praticamente, velho.
Tá batendo aqui.
Tá, bate, kit.
Ah, também não aqui. Tô de boa, tá?
Curando, tô curando. Vou clicar nele aqui.
Vou pro lado do camburão, velho. Tem que abrir smoke pra frente. Vou te dropar no smoke, tá?
Não tenho smoke. Nossa, esse camburão fez um buraco pica pra nós aí, velho. Eu tenho 4 smoke, mano. Eu tenho 2 de pistola. Eu vou smocar a cara dele.
Embaixo da gente close, fazendo nade. Na esquerda aí.
É
no meu pingo, pingo amarelo.
Aham.
Ficando no amarelo. Tem smoke que tem no amarelo.
Vou encostar com smoke neles ali, velho.
Tô curando.
Não tenta passar no open. Vou bangar uma pra frente e passar nele.
Aqui é um close, Vai passando, né?
Uma bang, tá? Dropei a smoke bang aí, Dudu.
Valeu. Tem um em cima de vocês no amarelo, tá cuidado. Ele deve estar fazendo buraco aí.
Eu tô parado no drop aqui.
O Lopes tá cavando, tá? Meio da frente, o Lopes tá cavando.
Vou smocar uma pra tu, hein.
Eu vou jogar direito aqui, Gustavo.
Joga que eu tô de mira. Tem 2 pra essas smoke em cima de tudo, Dudu.
Pode estar na minha frente, que mandando.
Tá cego.
Peguei um.
Nice, pegou um.
Peguei fogo,
bala,
tá batendo
Dudu.
kit, tá batendo kit. Eu tô sem bala, tem que jogar de boa aqui.
Comigo tem outro.
Acabou, boa. Nice, guys!
Vamos, guys! Vamos! Yeah!
Welcome back.
Hi.
It's time. It's time for the final game. And there are so many teams in the hunt right now. It's crazy. It's hunting season, as possibly 3 could make the move to the top 5. It has been a very top-heavy day. Not in terms of like 1 or 2 teams like we're used to, Poro, but like all 5 of those hitters have been hitting.
Yeah, I mean, I think Godlike maybe the least of those, but they've still been able to do what they needed to get done. They collected points every single game. They're keeping themselves just death grip onto that 5th place spot. But you know, you got to give credit. I don't think Rent Free, the Rent Free did get the 1 win that New Gen All Stars gifted them, but they have been kind of being super aggressive. All the teams really just being very aggressive when put in the position to kind of get kills. They're getting their points.
Absolutely. All right, so the game is about to get underway. We're going to pull up the leaderboard when we get in there so we can talk to you guys about sort of where everybody stands as we continue to move through this. I will say, before the last game, Matt, we said there weren't as much soak. There weren't like these top-heavy teams, but I want to remind everybody, the top 2 teams finished 53 and 51 last time when we got to day 2. We have 2 teams who are already sitting inside of the 50s pretty dominantly. So I do think there is a world, Matt, where this becomes really just almost a battle for the PGC points for qualification.
Yeah, I mean, we do have point sponges. It's just we've got a diverse group of 5 this time, and the rest of the lobby is starving. There is no real other way to say it. It has been hard to kind of find any points, and then there is also some playstyle differences that are coming into it, because we do see a couple of squads that are faltering right now. Might be the ones that lean more into placement over kill styles. Not necessarily bad, but whenever we get the qualification cuts continuing to go up from 8 to 5 to 3, those kill points become a lot more important.
Yeah, and it's not lost on me that Athletes of Christ and Godlike have done so gosh darn well. As a team that I expect to be holy, they've really thrived in this digging meta, Poro, and I think that we can speak to the fact that they may come out of this one of the best teams in the region. I mean, yes, the Falcons will always be the Falcons, but whatever this attitude that Godlike has is actually really exciting to watch.
Far be it for me to let the stats get in the way of an actual good pun. But it feels like Godlike had a lot more success last week than they had this week so far. But we'll see if things can turn around for them. Again, they've been just chasing circles, and then they've just been getting involved in fights. And I will say, the last game kind of turned around a little bit, where they were getting involved in fights and kind of losing them. But last time it seemed like they were able to stay on the periphery. They do lose a couple as they're chasing, but they still manage to get a lot of points in the process. So doing what they need to get done. We'll see what they do here as they have to make their way in from the eastern side.
I mean, to call a spade a shovel, I think they got a little overconfident after their domination in the last two series. They played really well. They came out in the top 3. They looked really good. They came into day 1, and there was hubris there. And I think that they maybe got a message sent to them and have a chance to bounce back. They've come out today and made a few better choices. 31 is still not comfortable, as they are close to that cut, but I don't know. I want to believe Chapinski can close this gap, Matt, but it is a hard buy for me.
Dude, I love an underdog story, and Chapinski's are so fun to watch, but you've got to, that means that Godlike has to falter for the best chance, which is doable. I will say that one of the things I have noticed about Godlike, they were a squad that really leaned into BRDMs quite heavy, and that was one of the recipes for success. They were really using it kind of like what we've been seeing Kurt use it today. I don't know if I've seen them with a BRDM, or if they have gotten it, it's been popped out. They've lost it very, very quickly. So now maybe that might be a bit of a problem for them. I thought that they had a couple of different play styles, but is it the lack of BRDM? Is it the lack of confidence? I don't know. As we look at the circle, it's going to be kind of Gatka Field, Z, Everest, that kind of thing over in the Western Lay, which is great for Team Liquid, great for Falcons. But it does mean that we might have to see Chapinski's cross the entirety of the map from Military Base Island to even have a chance.
All I really want to see out of this game, besides, obviously cool fights, really neat end games, awesome rotations, top tier shooting, is 55 proving to us that I don't have to brush them to the side. They're a regional partner team. The fact that we're still missing on another day is sketchy. As is this crash. I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Things are getting wild.
Okay, if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, you got 3 points. Crashing the Falcons might not be the best play, but sometimes if you can take down the Falcons, it'll make you feel good, and Abdu is feeling real good. He's got one down, but he's going to go down, but Clowie gets one, Shrimsy gets Clowie, and it has been a back and forth between these two.
Trades on trades on trades. Shrimsy got sent over first. The rest of the team arrived a little bit late. They arrived at the same time the Tempest did, I believe. So all of a sudden it's down to just 2, but no flushes coming out for the Falcons just yet. But that's a great grenade from Bing, as he will find Shrimsy. Tiggleton going for the res onto Gustav. Let's get the Dane back involved.
This puts them entirely out. Bing's going to use the momentum to run forward. There is no vision or eyesight. What's going on? So now Hooligan's going to be coming in back behind this one. Hooligan, we know, has got a lot of history. He's going to be peeking roughly the same time, but Tag reads it. Hooligan goes down. Momentum is shifting back. It is just Bing up. And with those shots, Tig knows exactly where he is. Hunts him down, takes him out. Falcons lose Shrimsy, but should be able to get back kickstart unless Carrick wants to get involved.
Yeah, it was a little aggressive there from Bing, making sure they flushed that point onto Shrimsy, but that is giving yourself away. 235 damage now for Tiggleton, and 55 will breeze on through. So Falcons will be able to reset, albeit without their beautiful boy as
what?
Fate.
Respect, Nazera.
How?
That was
What happened?
More points. I mean, Bolivia, we haven't.
That's in no
kind of
league.
counting you out. Yeah, we're kind of counting you out. But hey, there's still more contenders. This is going to be where Rent Free is at as well.
Okay. Well, we saw Rent Free before. They were 4 deep in a vehicle coming out of Yasnaya. They decided to come up to the north side, and look at that. We found a weakened team up here that we can maybe capitalize off of. Let's see if Rent Free will take it to him.
How does Bolivia just get in these weird fights so
It's
much?
in no lean.
Yeah,
of all places.
I'll give you the math around the circle last time, but I mean, it was a lot of unaggressive squads just kind of going after Bolivia in an aggressive move. So I'm sure. But
Did they
now
forget about their teammate?
I think that the Rent Free was already taking shots and they didn't want to go.
Oh, were they? Oh.
So Rent Free looks like they're going for a little bit of a hunt. So Bolivia's just trying to get away from them. Wit's going to spot out 55, and I think that Toffee's dreams of 55 showcasing something is going to be a little bit up for grabs, as now 55's already lost one of their players.
Remember yesterday when there was like 63 players all the way into C4, and we were like, man, these guys have really calmed down here on air. Well, okay, now we're down to 50, and C1 hasn't even collapsed yet. This is insane. These guys decided to come in here early on, and they are just sending anything that they can throw up against the wall to try to make a climb. They're going to do right now because and Godlike has to be careful here, right? Like they have to see this going on.
Kurt's too short. He couldn't get up there. Arv, for last breath, is going to be defending the center of the circle. This was a bit of a split coming up. 2-2 for last breath is here come the reinforcements. 55 limping in after losing one of their players, and now just manages to crash right into position. And last breath still got all their players up, and I don't know, 55. It feels like you're starting to get pulled apart in too many different directions here.
Okay, Blazer rushing in. See if you can find an angle. Danny to provide support. You see Tavon holding the line off in the distance while Carrick goes for the revive. Tavon, yep, just looking down that pathway. Carrick will get Gabri back on his feet. 55 back up to 3 strong here. Tavon doing his job, just making sure nobody comes across there.
And for what it's worth, but Carrick's going to go down again. Last breath playing this pretty clean right now. Getting some successes in this one. This is very well coordinated. They're just bouncing between, playing this aggressive, making sure to hold every single angle out. Now One Tavon, the last one up, and yeah, this is just back up against the wall and an Uzi. That's not a good sign.
You know, could be worse. He could get some damage done with an Uzi in close quarters combat, but unfortunately, I think Toffee's maybe giving 55 the kiss of death there, as Last Breath has a very good idea about where this guy might be, and he's going to pull around. He will get the knock on a Blazer, but does go down in the end. So 55 will leave it all the way to day 3 to try to make their way into the grand final.
Hey, Last Breath, there's some big points for you guys as a kind of big come up from a squad that was sitting at 9 points on the day, because that's the thing. Whenever I'm looking at this leaderboard, you guys were talking about the stack and how it was at the top. It has just been so top heavy. Is that like the point sponges towards the top versus what was going on at the bottom? Is it's just been harsh. Is Injected out, or just down to 2. Tempest already out. AFI sitting on 12 right now, but you can see Fate 55 all out. Last Breath managed to get away from that pack just off of these kills, and now eyes onto the circle. AFI might have themselves a decent game as they're going to be on those compounds just to the south of Everest.
Yeah, looking at them and looking at Godlike, they were in a 2-2 split, and now they have Team Liquid right in between them. So they've got Haven and LFP kind of creeping off to the west over towards Quarry, but Fana is going to hop in the vehicle. You see what he's about to push into. He needs to avoid Team Liquid here. Godlike cannot afford to lose players early, especially now that the circle has shifted hard away and is going into South George, but they're going to run right into Team Liquid, and look at that. Fana and Tony are down.
Oh, Godlike, this is not the time to falter. We have seen Godlike manage to rally back with 2 several different times, but Team Liquid just continuing to find successes. We're now moving into their backyard. I think there's a car there. I could hear the pings of it. I don't think it's just a tree. I think that.
Yeah, that is. I imagine Liquid trying to destroy those blue chips. Don't want to give Godlike the opportunity to get their players back. Put them in a tougher position. That is gamesmanship at its finest, as Pest Control said. I'm gonna stop on the hot and spicy. Hell no, we're going right in, bro. Let's go. They find 2. Sneak Attack's gonna go down as well. What it takes down to just 1, but K-Mind will take the seat swap. He'll get him in the end. Actually, it's gonna be Gabido will take him down. So what it takes quickly removed from this lobby.
Everything's leaning out west. AFI has moved up to Everest itself. Injected's wrapping around from the east. Collector is going to be outside the circle, wrapping around from the east. Falcons look like they're going to try to get their boy back in Shrimsy into the Chinky. Team Liquid down to the south should be wrapping in. Godlike has moved all the way over to that far western road, and they're going to be trying to run their way up to the top, maybe get around Georgia Pole or somewhere else safe to stop at. New Gen All-Stars, though, were being harassed on multiple fronts by Chapinskis as well as Rent Free and pushed him kind of close to where Godlike was going for.
I tell you what, if you're Godlike, you see Pest Control putting up 3 kills in that kill feed, you are starting to sweat a little bit here. We'll see how LFP and Haven respond. They've made it to the coastline. They're safe for now. But Pest Control, they have to be they have to be staying aggressive here, trying to go for more kills here. Chapinski's just above them as well. And they've got a great position here in the center of the zone, but it's one of those positions, Matt, that teams know to avoid. So getting kills from that spot is going to be difficult.
I was about to say the same thing. Pest Control's got some vision over a couple of field maneuvers that might go on in front of them. Much more options for kills, specifically squads that might be having to come out of Everest. Chapinski's is praying that this goes more north into Georgia Pole, because then a couple of squads have to make that a little bit more desperation send right next to Everest, and they can find a couple of kills. New Gen All-Stars, what you doing? Taking out a couple of those blue chips as well, but you don't have any kills?
Maybe?
I don't know. I don't know.
Making a ditch. We're digging with C4. Maybe you just got bored. You wanted to use some C4.
Yeah.
Boom.
I mean, it's a cool explosion.
Yeah, it is. Well, and look, that now makes this entryway into the compound more difficult to crash. So this is kind of one of the things we were talking about yesterday. One of the many uses of this destructible terrain is defending your entrenched position, and they are kind of center circle. So doing this now and prepping for late game might benefit them.
You stretch those pixels. Slowly and steadily does the digging go. I mean, the pickaxe definitely hacks into the ground, but I mean, at some point you feel like you need a shovel to get rid of that dirt. It's just, I feel like that's what takes it so long, is you're just kind of hitting it and it's falling back down, and hitting it, it's falling back down. It takes forever to dig anything. Is having flashbacks to my farm boy days as the circle goes west again.
Center.
We keep in hospital. New Gen All-Stars, that dig might come up big.
Also worth noting, I Am Bolivia, after getting their big victory up in No Lean, they've got both of their knocked players back. So Viri and Bad are looting up in North George right now while the rest of the team is coming to join. So they are still in it. They still have a shot. They're going to be coming in from the north side. It's going to be difficult, but we'll see what Pest Control does as they are making the blind send, and they are actually pulling right into that new gen 2-2 split.
Okay, they've got a little bit of a ridge that they can play for safety, but the crossfire from New Gen, that's why you take these compounds. It is very punished. Last Breath really can't get too much harassment onto the tail end of Pest Control due to the way that the hills are set. Team Liquid is coming up from the south, but they have no real need to go big and heavy. Collector as well as Injected going to be rotating right next to Godlike, and they want these points and are just watching them run away from them. Don't quite get that one, but don't worry, Injected is still going to be right next to you, edge of the zone, and they have to push into point right on top of you if you opt into staying rent-free. Those manage to take control over the hospital. Chapinski's still staying where they're at, and AFI has got to come down from that high ground into Everest, where now Falcons have backfilled into that point that we kind of saw Pest Control playing earlier.
I keep saying AFI, and it's bringing back memories of old emo bands. And I got a song stuck in my head, but I can't sing it. But I was going to say, the good news for Godlike playing from those compounds is that they can afford now. They have the cover to be a little bit more aggro, to be a little bit more active, try to go for those kills instead of just trying to play for late game as a duo. So we'll see what they do. Pest Control still got 4 up despite having to send it for the ridgeline so early. You see what they're working with here, keeping things safe. And actually, do any of them have pickaxes? Can they actually make that ditch even deeper? We'll keep an eye on it.
Godlike spots Injected making their rotate, but Injected has now kind of cut them off. We also have the Bizzler taking a couple of shots at this. Godlike with
nice
two,
grenade.
not feeling too good. That's going to be another one potentially stacked up as Collector's Dreams not even going to be looking this direction, not getting involved, but Bizzler's going to stay involved. This man wants points as well.
Yeah, but he had to go for that flush, right? You got to make sure you secure every point. and they'll survive for the time being. We'll see if he can take out that last player from Injected. Of I and Bolivia have arrived as well on that northern side. You see the mortars being sent, and they're being sent into kind of nowhere. So I'm wondering if this might be just prepping. Oh, they're trying to get last breath, but they are way, way off.
I'm not certain if Falcons shot both of those. I'm not certain on the angle. AFI rolls down from their hillside and runs right into a rent-free, so gonna have to summon some Miss Murder type mindset as they make the push into it. The nade pops. Mizbo runs over Honey Badger, at least gets one. Gats down. Can they get that one as well? Looks like they should be able to, but it's come at a pretty big cost.
Yeah, they got the BRDM in play though, Mizbo. Well, hang around, Gats. Tries to, at least he's happy enough that he got the Panzerfaust off the field. The rest of Affinity will be arriving, but Jam, yeah, is kind of in a jam off in the blue zone, off in the warehouse as Bizzler going to go try to retrieve his teammate. Pest Control still just holding the line here, dead center circle. The rest of New Gen All-Stars, though, they're going to arrive, and that compound now will be the base for all four.
Chapinski's praying the fact that Stokely can make something big happen, but remember, Godlike has to get into the circle, and Chapinski's has already tried to cut off positioning to the north. Gonna get vision. Stokely gets one, but he does go down right next to the creepy doll that has cursed him.
Oh, man. He almost got Haven, too. Look how low Haven is. That would have been brutal for Godlike if he went down there, but they've got 4 kills. They're doing what they're needing to do. They're moving the goalposts slowly but surely, and now Chapinski's 10 points behind. They're playing out of where they found a great compound. They're looking good, but again, just no points revealing themselves to himself so far.
Everybody's playing those western hillsides, but I mean, there's going to be a couple of squads potentially falling as Rent-Free has to get in the circle. Godlike has to get in the circle. Oh no, Cowboy, that nade's going to roll down the hill. Yeah, it's going to be enough, though, as Last Breath's got to deal with Team of Liquid, who comes in just hot, dude. These guys, no fear. The rest of Last Breath was playing a bit separated away, and that was near on instantly punished.
Well, BRDM Kurt versus P90 Kurt. We'll see who wins as the grenade's falling just a little bit shy. Now we'll spot out Blazer from the flanking position, keep him locked down while they continue to try to push back into Danny, but good work by Blazer to protect his teammates and try to keep Liquid's heads down, but it's not going to be enough. Danny, as soon as he tries to run away, beautiful grenade from Luke.
Alo got sent down to deal with Blazer, and now Blazer can't really play that position anymore, and it's gotten even dicier. Robert still just trying to hold the high ground support, taking shots over at Alo, and this has gotten a bit more precarious than I think that Team Liquid wanted it. They thought that they had enough control around this area, but I mean, these are the only 2 squads over here. Everybody else is north. Nobody wants to deal with Radio Tower Fields or anything else around it. Alo continues to get punished, and Blazer's playing this very efficiently.
Wow, yeah, Liquid, I think, they're like, you know what, we trust Alo in a 1v1, and most of the time he might win, but Robert gonna peek at the perfect time, takes down Curdy, takes that P90 off the field, and now it's just Luke versus Robert. The grenade gonna land right on top of him. Luke just being perfect with these grenades so far.
I mean, Luke almost getting punished for being that accurate. He hits it off of Robert and actually keeps him alive. Blind Molly is up on top as the smokes are going to set. Alo getting closer and closer to Blazer's positioning, making that scary. Looks like Blazer's having to lean in, going for some meds as we continue to move down into the fields. New Gen All-Stars Pest Control feeling pretty good about it, but now Bolivia's got to make a rotate.
Oh, Rent-Free down. They were starting to look over in this direction, but Falcons will dispatch with them. So Robert still holding on to the top of the hill here as best he can. We'll try to provide some support for Blazer, but he just doesn't have an angle. Oh, he's going to spot out just the top of Alo's head as Last Breath will be distracted. That's going to give Luke the signal to go for that res as the smokes will keep him alive. But Alo, oh no, he's playing that wall. That is dangerous.
But he gets to the tree, blocks the sight line, reads what's going on. He's just trying to stay mobile and hope the fact that he can be enough of a distraction. Alo just coming up big for his squad, playing a pivotal role in just being a massive distraction. Nate comes out. Here comes a push, but Robert holds it again. Finally, he goes down, but he has been a thorn in Team Liquid's side. Last Breath trying to climb up this leaderboard just to catch up to Collector.
I mean, that was really tough. It was tough push for Liquid, honestly. Like Robert holding that high ground, but look at all the teams that are taking shots at this from range, and Chapinski actually going to steal it away. So that is a huge point for them as they try to catch up to Godlike, who is out.
Bolivia's got goals, and those goals are somewhere in the circle. They don't even know where they are, though. Trying to just run through it. Alo staying alive. Blue zone back behind Blazer. Isolated firefight. The wall is going to be enough to keep it contained. Jukes around. Blazer gets the better end of it, but Alo put in the work that he needed. Blazer, you've now got to walk right into that firefight, but you have 3 or 4 other teams that are making it a bit problematic for Team Liquid. Look at that. Lost their helmets and everything already. Last Breath putting in some work onto Team Liquid.
Shout out Last Breath. Shout out Blazer. Not everybody can win the 1v1 versus Alo. So get your flowers while you can, Mr. Blazer. But got to keep an eye on that cut line. Now that Godlike is out, that line is set. 35 points. That is where they need to get. Chapinski's still 4 alive, but now they have to make a move to get into zone, and they are wrapping around over on the western side, kind of backfilling where Collector was.
Team Liquid pretty comfortable in position right now as Chapinski's do find it on to a Red Rider at start, and they know, look at the momentum come out from them right off the start. They're like, okay, we got this knock. We got to continue following, and keeping a hold of this ridgeline for a while will allow them to also get sight lines on what's going on into the circle itself. This is the high point that everybody's been playing around, except for the compound that New Gen All-Stars has got. Collector doesn't want to stick around here, but that's another point creeping slowly and steadily onto Godlike.
And shout out, they realized the situation. They knew they had to push and secure that point there, as Team Liquid will get pushed by Falcons in the end. Blazer and Last Breath just taking too long there for Team Liquid to get rid of, but they do go down, but they're secure in their top 5 spot. They will be going on to the final, as will Falcons, as they make their way into the southeastern part of this zone. 9 kills for Falcons, showing out here in the final game.
Yeah, and those guys at the top just getting fatter by the second. Bolivia trying to find some way to get in the circle. They're going to have to deal with pest control as well as New Gen All-Stars. Chapinski is going to lose most of their hillside as Collector is going to be playing the lower side of it. Chapinski is going to be the squad I've got my eyes on, but let's not forget about pest control. They need a big game, but there is the potential for it given all of the roaming targets around him. Chapinski's, though, they have to run right into an open field, and there's going to be, what? Falcons, Collector, Bolivia, maybe even pest control, all taking shots at them once they come down that hillside, and they know it. So Chapinski's, your livelihood depends on this push.
Yeah, Falcons just has so much influence over what's going on in this zone and how this thing is going to play out. Chapinski's are going to hop in the vehicles. They're going to make the crash. They're going right on top of Dreams' position. Dreams, can he hold the line? No, he can't. Asking a little bit too much, as Collector will take one more loss. Chapinski gets one more point. They're only 4 points removed now from that cut line.
Oh no, the Falcons, they're making the push down into the south. They're trying to get control over the angles. Falcons lined up against the squad, trying to fight their way in. It's going to be Doritos coming down, but a lot of nades landing right next to Chapinski's. That's going to do damage onto the cars. Provide some cover maybe in these dips, as it's just not going to be much provided by that water tower. The Collector trying to come up. Looks like they might have a focus onto the Falcons.
And Pest Control gets the big wipe onto Bolivia, so now they're in the mix, as Chapinski's will try to hold off the line here against Falcons, but it's just too much. Gustav will get the knock on the Oracle. Piero's got to retreat. They've lost. Their trailing player has managed to arrive, but Collector now providing some support.
We've got 2 different firefights that are going to be going on. New Gen All-Stars and Pest Control lined up against each other to the north. Very focused in. Falcons trying to get control of the center of the circle, while Collector, who was having to deal with Chapinski's earlier, now comes to the rescue and goes for an assault onto the Falcons. But the Falcons just have so much high ground. This position from TIG is just harassment onto everything that moves into these lower sections of the circle.
But it was just enough time to allow Chapinski's to reset. They managed to get everybody back on their feet, healed up, and now they can turn their attention back towards the Falcons. But such a while. I mean, look how much real estate the Falcons are taking up here. So many different angles. Chapinski's, at this point, they're just surviving. That might be enough. If they can survive late again, if they get enough luck here with this circle shift, it could be huge.
Pest Control, Chapinski's, who gets the love, and it is going to be Pest Control. Falcons realizes it. They've moved more into the north, and they can gatekeep out both of what's going to be going on down in the south with Collectors as well as Chapinski's. Chapinski's also does have a little bit of a ridge that they can play, but it's not going to provide much. And if they opt into that more western ridge, that's going to leave them vulnerable. So you can see Shinboy already holding it, watching for any form of assault over there, but it is only just Shinboy right now that could be defending that angle. There's not a lot to work with over there, Chapinski's. What oh what do you have still left in the tank?
Just no vehicles. I doubt they have much utility left after using what they had to try to even get down here in the first place, sending everything they had over towards Falcons. You see Collectors, they're kind of out in the distance. If Chapinski's can actually get knocks onto them and get those points, that would be absolutely massive. But you also got Pest Control that are going to keep an eye on everything as well. So every placement at this point matters, Matt. So close, so tight there at that cut line.
Collector can find anything, man. It's just a couple of kills, out surviving anything. They can at least move up into 8th, which is going to be more for them to work with moving into whatever could be happening tomorrow. But Collector, the odd squad out right now, continuing to get harassed. The blue zone's going to be right back behind them, but Chapinski's are about to have to start making their move. With how loud Falcons has been, Nugent All-Stars have started looking more on that Falcons position, and Chapinski's have read this. They're starting to throw smokes down along this ravine, but there's not much to work with over there, and they know they're vulnerable. They actually got damage onto this, and now running forward. Joshy got the knock onto Finna. That's going to open up Chapinski's a path to get into the circle.
Oh, beautiful play there by Chapinski's. They managed to hold on to enough utility to at least get them inside the zone for now. That perfectly timed knock there onto New Gen. So Pest Control providing Chapinski's a little bit of support. We've made it to the top 4. You see where the cut line is. 35 points. Chapinski's up to 33. Pest Control right behind them. But they are dug in. They are entrenched. Literally and figuratively. Falcons on the south side. You got to imagine the next shift might determine who makes it into the grand final and who is left on the outside.
Pest Control feeling really good about that, though. They've got, again, that nice dug trench that they've got working. They've got Nugent All-Stars. They're also kind of taking the shots at the Falcons. It's going to be the Chapinski's, the odd squad out yet again, as the circle does favor Pest Control. Nugent All-Stars still going to have at least the outer walls of their compound to play around, but that's going to be about it. Falcons have a little bit more of the hill and I think some hay bales that they can play, but it's them and Chapinski is going to have to walk into the circle as now Nugent All-Stars already prepping that wall defense.
Yeah, Chapinski's got to start digging, I think, towards the zone, because the second they pop up here, they're going to be visible to Pest Control. You can kind of see what Pest Control is looking at. They actually have a little bit of a ridge that they can play with, but I'm not sure if that whole ridge is inside the zone. We'll see. Falcons playing the waiting game to see if they can spot out anybody making moves first. New Gen All-Stars, though, they're starting to get active.
They're smoking the eastern side. Looks like they might be trying to wrap around either into Pest Control or the Falcons, one or the other. Team Liquid at the top of the leaderboard right now at 57 points, but New Gen All-Stars just behind them at 55. Eyes are going to be going over onto Pest Control and not overextending. I like this. Just drop on the other side of the ridge. That's going to open up some more space, really force some movement for the Falcons, and also opens up some more space for Chapinski.
Oh, nice shot.
Good shots coming up from Shinboy. Gets the knock onto the Falcons player of Shrimsy. Chapinski's, can you find something to work with? It's going to comp on the other side. Pest Control wanting to get some kills. They're just trying to climb. It's 33-30 right now, and it's going to be godlike at 35, just biting their nails watching.
And here comes Chapinski's. They're going to empty whatever's left in the utility bag as they send a few over. The circles, it's going to bounce out of comp. The Molotovs are going to land on top, though. K-Mine is on fire. Joshy is as well. He's going to have to run. Those are going to go over to Oracle. If those can get finished off by Chapinski's, it might be enough to make them the top 5. And they are rushing. Oracle just sending it over, focused on nothing but trying to finish those kills. And they will, in fact, get the points, and they are going to jump into the top 5.
That is going to be Pest Control going down. They eliminate the threat next to them on the leaderboard, usurp the position for godlike. Chapinski's is in our top 5, and it has been hard fought. They kept their eyes on the prize and knew exactly what they needed to go for. Nugent All-Stars at the top of the leaderboard, but Falcons just 1 point behind. Tickleton down, Shrimsy and Kickstart moving forward, and there are down players everywhere in front of them.
And somehow Luzera has managed to leave that ditch where Chapinski's is playing. He's got the flanking angle here onto Falcons. No shots being taken just yet. He's going to wait for the perfect time as New Gen All-Star is starting to move down in. Kickstart will finish off Gabudo. Singleton is knocked, but nice shots will take down Iga. Shrimsy will focus on trying to get the res.
57 points across the top of the leaderboard right now. New Gen All-Stars, Liquid, and Falcons. It is the blue zone back behind. We're pushing down into the center point. Smokes are coming down. Dale Frost has got vision on the hay bales. That is going to be Falcons' survivability right now. Luzera one side. Can he put in some type of work? But it looks like the Falcons' full focus is on the New Gen All-Stars. Blue zone on top of him, having to push. Spots out the movement on one side. Luzera could open up, but not opting to do it yet. He's hoping for this firefight to put in some casualties.
It's a fight for first. Tiggleton will go down in the end. Finna, though, it's a 1v1 now for New Gen All-Stars versus Luzera. They will get another win, and they will take first place. But Chapinski's pulls off the miracle comeback, and they bounce Godlike out of the final.
What, oh, what is this top 5? Newcomers, old stars rising yet again, and Team Liquid and the Falcons in the mix. Toffees, what was that last game?
Oracle, Luzera, Gabudo, Tuda, and Pierce are gonna step up, are gonna change some minds, are gonna Chapinski all over Godlike's face as they get knocked out. But the good news for Godlike is they have a chance to come back to life on the 3rd day of this tournament. A chance to get a little bit of redemption here. We'll see if they manage to do it. But I can also say, off the back of that last game, Poro, tomorrow is going to be pretty wild.
Oh, it's going to be insane. I mean, you've got, look at the list of teams that you got in there. Obviously, Godlike going to be at the top of names that we're going to be looking at, but it's by no means going to be easy, especially if things kind of keep going the way for Godlike like they've been going. And you throw in that the additional pressure of knowing that PGC points are on the line. If you don't make that final, everything that you did in the last couple of weeks will have been for naught. So Godlike has to get things back together here for tomorrow.
You got to pick it up. Now, I guess we'll get an interview, hopefully, with somebody in just a little while. We'll go over all the stats. We take a look at these highlights. But New Gen All-Stars wins the last match. And with the amount of times, Matt, that they, what's the word you call, what we say when you give up and let somebody else win to save yourself points and get first place? New Gen All-Stars just kept doing it. They kept doing it. They kept doing it, and it was right.
This is an absolutely crazy ending. I do have to give a shout out, though. Pest Control. Oh, man. That was so close there at the end. They were in the right position, but that made them the focal point of everything that was going on. 12 points for them in this last game. Pest Control is a squad I want to do so well. And now that we've got Chapinski's popping off, they're where my eyes draw next. Tomorrow, can we see Pest Control continue to just rally and figure out more of how they're wanting to play this?
All right, let's take a look at the match results. Falcons get 20 points. New Gen All-Stars with 17. So we'll see how Falcons will advance. I'm going to be honest, though, going into that last match, you sort of wait for that big leaderboard to pop up. I kind of thought it was done, Poro. I didn't think Chapinski's, I mean, maybe that's my fault for, selling them short, was going to pull 13, but also that Godlike was only going to drop 4, because that was what had to happen. Godlike had to slide, and Chapinski had to play out of their minds, and it happened. It happened. I thought it was going to be a boring game. I felt bad for you guys. I'm going to be honest.
Well, it felt like Godlike was safe looking at the leaderboard, right? But then when you kind of take a step back and look at how the day has been going for them, it felt like this was always a possibility. And unfortunately for them, they end up running into Team Liquid on a C1 rotation and losing 2. And then from that point on, it's just like, okay, we're in damage control mode. And they did everything they could, right? They sent it up to the city. They played around the hard cover. They tried to take fights with everything that was going on around them to see if they could get a few more points here and there. But then the circle pulls away and it ends up being a little bit too much. So, you don't want to leave everything down to one game like that, especially when the lobby has been as crazy as it was today.
Yeah, sometimes, Matt, I feel like you almost want to be 6th place going into these things, right? Because 5th has that onus of how do I maintain, whereas Chapinski's down by, I think it was 9 or 10 going into this. We're like, I can do whatever I want, man. And it worked out. All right, listen, I'll go back to that in a second. Finals, the teams up right there are the ones who have already qualified. We come back tomorrow with day 3. We'll be joined by Dots1, FN, a.k.a. an NVM, or never mind, and they will be joining the fray. Only 3 teams will advance to finish those finals. Back to what I said, though, Matt, for me, it feels like maybe 6 going into it is a little less stressful.
Well, it always feels like there's a squad that's on a slide down while there's a squad that's on a come up, right? So I kind of agree with what you're talking about. The squads that are managing to just try to chase, there's something more to it. You know, like what we were joking about, like loving the underdog story, but the players also they're like, okay, we've got to have our big pop-off game. We've got to do this. And to see a squad manage to pull that together while another squad just is continuing to falter and not find those same successes is the nature of the beast of what we look at in PUBG. You cannot let your pedal off of the gas, especially in this qualifier series, because you're going to have squads just chasing after you the whole time. And even if it wasn't Chapinski's, it was going to be pest control. It was going to be somebody else.
All right. Now, we talked about Chapinski. We've talked about that sort of bubble race. We also want to talk about New Gen All-Stars. These guys put up some big numbers. They showed out. They beat the Falcons. This day 2 looked really, really, really good for them. A team made up of names that have been around for a while, Poro, maybe trying to find the right place for each of them to exist. I like the way they look. I like the way that they seem to be growing together at a really rapid pace.
Yeah, I mean, they looked awesome kind of in the Cup series. Like they were right there with Athletes of Christ that whole time. Like it was kind of a back and forth between them, and in the end Athletes of Christ kind of came out on top, but just from the Cup series. But today it was all New Gen All-Stars. Like, you know what these teams is capable of. You've seen these names before, and today, like, everything it seemed like was going their way, to the point where they could just kind of donate kills over and finish second in 2 games, and it didn't even matter. They still finished at the top.
Donate kills and finish second, and then to prove that it was all on purpose, they finish in first to win the day. Beautiful play. Absolutely love it. And a chicken dinner to go along. Let's actually get them in here. I think it's Finna. We should have Finna from the All-Stars on standby for an interview. Let's get him in here. Let's get him in here.
Is that Dodge Finna?
Is that
my? I'm finna get excited.
There we go. There we go. All right, welcome, Finna. Glad to have you. Congratulations on first place. I'm not going to ask you how it feels, because it's got to feel pretty gosh darn good. What I'm going to ask you is probably the most important question of the day. Who is the logo based on?
That's Yaxley.
Okay. We had heard that. We had heard that. I thought it was Penta, but, you know, at the end of the day.
Follow-up question, why?
I think a better question is why not?
You know, that's a great point, honestly.
Yaxley's a character, so yeah, he's our mascot.
Nice. All right, well, great interview. Thanks for stopping by. No, I'm kidding. What do you got, brother?
All right, well, like, Finna, you've been around like a long time, and you've seen the ups, you've seen the downs. When you have a day like today, where it seems like everything is going your way, you obviously are getting points hand over fist. You're in a position where you can not have to try to fight unwinnable fights for a win, and you can just donate your points over to the blue. But how do you reset after that and kind of get everybody on the same page mentally going into the grand final? Say, like, okay, well, obviously be happy about what we did here, but now we've got a clean slate. How do you talk to the guys and get them to kind of reset psychologically?
I mean, honestly, it's a lot with our team is just being confident and willing to take fights, because we're pretty good once we get into skirmishes. But like, if you saw yesterday, probably the worst day any of us has ever played in PUBG over like our 6-7 years, and then today we win the lobby. So yeah, it's just being confident, making sure we're communicating and being active in those like lulls in the game where there's not a lot going on, coming up with plans and things like that. So yeah, basically just being confident.
Just noticed that you had 67 points today, and yesterday you had 1.
Yeah,
1 point, Finna?
It was the worst. Yeah, it's probably a record. I don't think anyone's gotten 1 point in 5 games before.
But that's like anything, right? Sometimes you just get so cooked that like it's hard to bounce back. And the fact that you guys had a 1 to a win is actually, to me, a huge plug on your mental tenacity, your willingness to get back together, meet afterwards, and throw that. Is that just gonna, Matt, I'll come to you in a sec because I want to just follow up with that. What did you guys do last night? How do you recover from a 1-point game and end up coming out with a dominating performance like this?
I mean, I think we knew, obviously, by the third or fourth game there that it wasn't going to happen yesterday. So it was just, reset mentally. We're good when we do all the little things properly, but obviously, and Poonage was really sick yesterday as well, and he's calling for us. It's not an excuse, but it's a lot harder when the guy who's usually communicating the most is a little more quiet. So yeah, it was just reset, come back, be confident, like I said, make sure we communicate. And yeah, we've played well before in the past as this roster, so we knew we could just do it again, just bounce back.
I mean, Ega, right?
What do you got, Matchroom?
I was just going to say, start off with, I don't think that we've ever had anybody come in and do an interview while still jamming music before, so respect for that one. You've got to be popping off.
Is my music on?
Yeah, no, Discord's just showing it is all. I mean, you're just vibing, dude. After the last games, I would be too. You guys are like a pretty historic roster, let's be honest. You guys have got a lot of, I guess, experience back behind you. So whenever you're coming into this, what's it like to just know the game as well as you do, but also have to be constantly creating new iterations of yourself to be able to follow in what's going on with meta and also just trying to be competitive and get to that top spot on the leaderboard? Because, I mean, it's one thing when you're the new guy that's coming up, but having to be the guy that's been there before and then also trying to find your way to come back into it has got to be pretty difficult, right?
It can be. There's been so many changes in the past year or 2 years worth of patches where honestly everyone on our team hasn't been that active of a player. So I know I didn't play the game for 7 or 8 months last year. So it's hard to come back when there's all these new additions and all these other teams that are playing all day long or full time. They're getting used to all the changes and learning how to abuse them basically play these changes to the best of their abilities. Whereas the learning curve is a little harder for us when we just don't have the hours. So basically just adapting to all the new stuff and keeping, the core values of communication, how to rotate, when to take fights, when you have an advantage, how to press it. Those things all stay the same. It's just adapting to this new stuff it's taking some time and, still learning.
So you guys are made up of a team of essentially soldiers, right? Guys who have been through multiple rosters, who have been through PUBG for a very long time, who have been everything from young guns to new hopes to sometimes letdowns at tournaments. And that can be really frustrating. But do you find that having 4 players who've been through such a gauntlet brings something extra to the roster? Has that helped you guys in any way, shape, or form, or not really at all?
I mean, yeah, I would say so, because we all know what we're capable of when we're playing at our best. So, yeah, when you have a bad day, that, you reset, tomorrow can be better. You just get a couple more zones or a couple of things go your way and can be completely different, right? So that's kind of PUBG. You have to reset after every day, after every game even, and just play the same way, not let it kind of trickle down into the rest of the set or the rest of the days. So
I got one last question. I'm sorry, Toffees. I got it. It's chat needs to know who got the 1 point yesterday.
Oh, we didn't get a kill. It was a placement point. The only reason we got it was honestly Liquid whiffed really hard on Poon crossing an open street, and if he didn't make it across, we don't get that point. It would have been 0. So shout out to Poon and shout out to Liquid, I guess.
Honestly, going from 1 point to 67 in a day is crazy work. The mental fortitude it takes to do that. So props to y'all for that. Sorry, Toffees. I had to know.
I was going to ask if you had a follow up, and I do. I think that's a great pivot. That's a great way to end this. Finna, shout out to Poon. He stepped up and made some great calls today. But it's you guys earned this because you had everything from second place denials of points to end with a win. It was a incredible day to watch. So take a moment. I don't care if you're plugging socials. I don't care if you're talking about your favorite players. You have a moment. This is your platform. Say what you'd like to those who are watching.
Shout out to my boy Brian, who always watches. Love the support from real life friends. It's kind of crazy that people take their time out of the day to watch and support. Other than that, no, just shout out to my team. We're having a great time, and that's kind of the goal with this roster is just we're gonna play, see what happens. We have the experience, but just try to enjoy it, have fun, and yeah, so shout out to them.
All right. Well, thank
Shout
you
out,
very
Brian.
much, Finn. Shout out to you for being here. Have a wonderful day, and we will see you in the finals.
Thanks,
What?
guys.
No problem. It was nice having Finna here. I didn't love the casual flex of having real-life friends. Some of us just have to persist with our fake ones online. But good for him, and good for you, Brian. Everybody in chat, love for
Hell yeah,
Brian. The true hero here today. What a
You real
great
one.
day. What a great day, gentlemen. And I think the shock for me is Athletes of Christ with this name change. Maybe they've lost a lot of their power. They've gone from 3 to just 1, and they don't seem to be managing it, Matchroom.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's, you can't necessarily put a finger on what's going on right now, as it's not enough games to figure it out. I am hoping that they should be fine tomorrow, but I was hoping they would be fine today.
You know, poor all three of us said no chance they don't pass. And I think that we all said that very honestly with no trepidation. And here we stand, trepidated. I don't know if that's but it worked for me.
I'm trepacious AF.
Trepacious AF.
Yeah, I mean, like it's one day is anything can happen. It's 5 game set, right? One day is what it is, but 2 days is starting to get a little bit spooky, and now you got the 3rd day, again, you talk about the pressure that's on these guys, knowing like, hey, if it would have just been done after week 1. They would be in EWC, they'd be in PGS, they'd have it done through PGC points, it'd be done. But it's not, right? Like they have to do something here in week 2 because another team could come up behind them. Team Liquid could come up behind now and remove them and supplant them from their spot because all those PGC points that we gave away last week, we're doing the same thing again this time. So they could very easily find themselves jumped and out of the spot.
They got to make moves. All right, guys, that is the show for today. We're back tomorrow with more action. Only 3 teams advance, and one of them is in the running to get to PGC, EWC, and everything and beyond. So the chips are truly on the table, and they need to go all in. Now, before we sign out, I want to get our final thoughts. I'm going to start with you, Matchroom.
Chapinskis! That's all I got for you. That's all I need.
That's all I need. They were crazy, and they were fun, and they were everything I wanted to watch, and they gave us a chance to watch Godlike tomorrow. Poro, final thoughts?
Again, 1 point in a day to 67 overnight is absolutely insane. Crazy work by New Gen All Stars. I'm sure the real skill, the skill level of the team is somewhere in the middle in there, but hopefully it's a little bit closer towards 67. We get to see that in the grand final though, so excited to see what they can pull out next weekend.
I'd love to see what they pull out. That was probably one of the greatest radioactive level glow up that I've ever seen from a team day to day. And what will happen tomorrow? The same thing might, because this is the PUBG Americas Series where anything can happen. Dreams are made and crushed, and both of those options come back tomorrow. So I expect all of you to be here because it's going to be an awesome time, same place. Join myself, Matchroom, Porosaurus, and Brian as we cheer on all of our teams. And until we see you then, play more PUBG, y'all. Blah, blah.
you.